The Honorable Speaker, Mr. Dugan.
We may now have a moment of silence and meditation and prayers. You may be seated. Again, ke monyetla ona ho dumedisa marena dikgosi o dumedise majoro wa Metsimaholo, majoro wa Thabo Mofutshanyane, speaker sa Metsimaholo, ke dumedise bomme le bontate, honorable members. You are welcome. We proceed to motions on money bills. The acting secretary shall read motion 1.
That leave be granted that the second reading debate on the appropriation bill B3 of 2026 be continued. Vote 12, Sports, Arts and Recreation.
The vote before the House is vote 12, Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation. Honorable MEC Mamus Fuba may now address the House.
Ndiyabulela, Honorable Speaker. Let me greet the Honorable Premier, the Honorable members of the Executive Council, the Honorable Chair of Chairs of the Legislature, the Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Deputy Chief Whip, Honorable members of the Legislature, Executive Mayors, Speakers, Chief Whip, and councillors present, representatives of Free State Sports Confederation and federations, the Free State Provincial Arts and Culture Council, as well as the Cultural Affairs and Sporting Statutory Bodies here in present, Head of Department, Manager and officials of the department, Baaiba Freestata Bomelibontate, Comrades Dumelang. In recognition of the centrality of sport, arts and culture in societal transformation and development, the Honorable President Cyril Ramaphosa notes in the 2026 State of the Nation address that, and I quote, "Our strength also comes from sporting men and women who continue to lift the South African flag on the world stage and bring glory to our nation," close quote. Underpinning the core mandate of social cohesion and nation building, the President further reflects that in that same address in relation to the national dialogue that, I quote, "This year, national dialogue process will spread across South Africa, reaching every community, every school, every university, every college, and every part of our society. In building this national consensus, we must draw not only on the shared values of our Constitution, but on the unifying power of sport and the rich diversity of our culture. As we celebrate those who have reached the heights of global achievement, we must appreciate how sports and cultural activities build cohesive society. Harnessing the spirit of women of 1956, the youth of 1976, the people of South Africa in 1996, the year 2026 must be a year of transformative change. This must be the year that we make South Africa stronger. Close quote. Honorable Speaker, this is the nation in the State of the Nation address injunction by the Honorable President, Mr. Ramaphosa, is the centerpiece of our mandate as the department. As we present this 2026-27 budget vote speech, it is our pleasure to demonstrate how we have, in the 2025-2026 financial year, already responded to this call of the President. Through the Cultural Affairs Program, we have indeed strove to realize a socially cohesive society by implementing various arts and culture as well as heritage programs. Through the Sport and Recreation Program, as we'll demonstrate later in this speech, we have used the unifying power of sports to promote nation building while ensuring that our athletes reach the heights of national, continental, and global achievement. In line with the state of the province commitments, as well as 2025-2026 departmental budget vote injunctions and the annual performance plan, guided by the Constitution, the National Development Plan, as well as various pieces of legislation in our environment. We have successfully implemented the programs that we have undertaken to implement in the last financial year. However, due to unforeseen factors, some of the programs could not be implemented and have been rescheduled to 2026-2027 financial year. We want to give an unequivocal undertaking to Free State communities in general and our stakeholders in particular that all those programs will, without doubt, again be rolled out from this year moving forward. As we celebrate the 30th anniversary of our Constitution, the 50th anniversary of June 16, and the 70th anniversary of the Women's Anti-Pass March, we are inspired to continue to roll up our sleeves to transform our heritage landscape, enhance social cohesion and nation building, and contribute to the goals of our cultural tourism. We are in agreement with the Honorable President that these commemorative historical events must usher in a transformative change in our country this year. As we table this budget vote, we would like to take this opportunity to welcome Dr. Masigo Chabalala as the head of the department. We look forward to her solid public sector expertise, which will be fully utilized in assisting the department to achieve this mandate. 2026-27 budget allocation. Honorable Speaker, for 2026-27 financial year, the department receives a total budget allocation of 685,348,000 rands. On Program 1, Administration and Financial Management. Honorable Speaker, the Administration and Financial Management Program is allocated an amount of 126,590,000 rands for the 2026-2027 financial year, as against the 2025-26 allocation of 143,040,000 rands. In a quest for realization of a capable and ethical developmental state, we are proud of the continued positive outcomes that we have delivered. Although we have not reached our final milestone of a clean audit, there are signs that we are on the positive trajectory. Through Program 1, which is Administration and Financial Management, will continue to ensure that this forward movement is escalated through the following measures. Filling of critical vacancies. We have made headways in terms of filling senior management positions in a quest to ensuring administrative and governance capability in service delivery. The department will continue to prioritize the filling of vacancies in line with the available budget and in keeping with the directive on professionalization of the public sector. Review of the Human Resource Plan for period 2026 to 2029 will take place this year. The plan will serve as a guide towards filling of critical and funded posts. The review This review will be aligned to the 2025 to 2030 strategic plan review process. The departmental structure is also in the process of finalization and is currently with the Office of the Premier. Training and development. The department continues to prioritize the library management skill needs. Towards that end, 18 bursaries were allocated to officials studying in the field of library science to further enhance their skills and knowledge. Honorable Speaker, we appointed 140 EPWP field workers who worked in assisting us in the Program 2 of Arts and Culture, and with the amount of funding of 2.7 million plus an additional amount of 2 million from the equitable share. This year, the same amount of field workers will be appointed for placement in the districts to coordinate arts and culture programs within teaching, wherein teaching in music, reading and writing, drama production and stage performance training will be provided. Continuous partnerships with external stakeholders will be maintained to explore the youth development programs. On Program 2, Cultural Affairs. Honorable Speaker, the Cultural Affairs Program receives the allocation of 142,882,000 rands in the 2026-2027 financial year, while in 2025-2026 the program received a budget allocation of 128,738,000 rands. We want to take this opportunity to congratulate our artist cadre for being nominated for the Metro Awards in the categories of Song of the Year, Best New Artist, and Best Dance. This is yet another demonstration of the artistic talent that this province possesses. It is this talent that we seek to continuously nurture as department. On arts and culture, in responding to the call by Honorable President for the usage of arts and culture as a conduit for social cohesion, a number of arts and culture programs were implemented in the province during the 2025-2026 financial year. One such program, which is the epicenter of our cultural affairs ecosystem, is the Mangaung African Culture Festival, Makufe, commonly known. As articulated in the State of the Province addressed by the Honorable Premier Makwin Litsuha Matai, Makufe was successfully executed in 2025 as a relaunch, as a celebration of a medley of our cultural heritage and diversity that colors our province. The following are some of the areas where the impact of 2025 Makufe edition was felt after the 2-year of hiatus. 1. A formidable artistic lineup of national and local artists entertained the revelers from beginning to end. 2. Opportunities for local Free State artists. Opportunities for local Free State artists surpassed expectations. 80% of artists in the festival were Free State artists. A total number of 24 community media houses were brought on board in a strong media partnership unlike any other period. Community print, online and electronic media passionately advanced the cause of the festival. 4. Opportunities for SMMEs continued unabated with platforms created for 49 hawkers or vendors at the festival. With these opportunities and Makufe's broader ecosystem, local economic development was yet again a winner. 5. Temporary job opportunities were created through the various services rendered, including 902 security personnel, hospitality, stage, sound system, audiovisual, ablution facilities, and catering services also provided job and economic opportunities for SMMEs. We again would like to thank the Makufe patrons and all the stakeholders who have made the 2025 Makufe edition a success that it was. We look forward to hosting yet another scintillating program as part of the quest to cultivate and thriving cultural spirit in our province. This year, we will stage the district arts and culture festivals, which also serve as an extension of Makufe and at district level, the Free State Homebrew Arts and Culture Program, which also serves as a prelude to and an extension of Makufe, will be staged this year. This program provides opportunities exclusively to Free State local artists. The Choral Clap and Tap music program, as one of the flagship programs of department, was implemented during 2025-26 financial year. The program was implemented with the funding from the National Department of Sports, Arts and Culture as part of funding for flagship program. This program was implemented through the department's statutory body, the Free State Arts and Culture Council. Following the launch of the program on 13th June 2025, it was subsequently rolled out in 23 municipalities and 34 towns of the Free State over a period of 6 months, resulting in the finale on the 6th and 7th February 2026. It is these kinds of programs which demonstrate the impact of arts and culture in our communities. Through this program, the following milestones were realized. Province-wide footprint created through 42 activations, including 36 local municipality auditions, 5 district elimination events, as well as the provincial launch and finale. About 100 choirs with a total number of close to 1,200 artists, 55% of whom were females, participated in the program. Skills development benefits were optimized through capacity building workshops that benefited 300 participants. Capacitation of hospitality students at TVET colleges who were given an opportunity to provide catering services at the various talent search activations. Further practical training opportunities were provided to students from these colleges who specialized in the media and engineering services. 190 job opportunities were created in various fields that included technical crews, coordinators, logistics, stage and sound, as well as transport. Local economic impact was made through accommodation, transport, catering, and other services, as well as opportunities for small-scale informal traders. Increased trading activity was experienced in and around the different activations centered around this program. Lastly, stakeholder relations and partnerships were enhanced with various entities such as South African Local Government Association, 4 private sector partners, 6 institutions of higher learning, which is TVET colleges and universities. Honorable Speaker, the department continued to support independent arts and culture structure programs and festivals in view of the contribution that they make to enhance the social cohesion and advancement of arts and culture in our province. In order to continue providing local artists in the Mangaung municipality with performance opportunities in proper facilities, the upgrading of Umabana Arts and Culture Center is ongoing and includes comprehensive theater repairs, mechanical works, roof restoration, electrical upgrades, paint works, and general building maintenance. More work still needs to be done. We'll continue to prioritize the resourcing and capacitation of Mabana for arts and culture performance opportunities in this center. In partnership with National Film and Video Foundation, NFVF, and DSEC, the establishment of the Film Hub in the province is still ongoing as funded by NFVF. The Department of Public Works and Infrastructure has already allocated a facility for this purpose. The implementation of all the above arts and culture program in this financial year, as well as the sport and recreation programs to be outlined below, will culminate in the Sports, Arts and Culture Legend Awards this financial year. Through these awards, we'll acknowledge all our Free State artists and athletes by placing them on a pedestal as beacons of hope of the sport for the sports, arts and culture fraternity in our province. On heritage and museum services, through the heritage and museum component of cultural affairs, we successfully implemented the following programs: Basutu New Year celebration on the 3rd of August, promotion of national symbols and orders, Heritage Day celebration that took place on the 27th of September 2025, heritage and museum outreach programs, as well as social cohesion dialogue were also rolled out. In terms of celebration of days of national significance, the Free State Province will be the proud host of the National Freedom Day celebration on the 27th of April 2026 in Mangaung under the theme, Open Code, Freedom and the Rule of Law, 30 years of democratic citizenship, close quote. Furthermore, the geographical names changing process will be given a further impetus with the appointment of the Provincial Geographical Names Committee, whose term has expired. We are in the process of appointing a new committee. The new committee will fast-track the process of the renaming of Saint Duplessis Street in Kutlwanong Ordinance Rest to Sipho Mutsi Street, and the R26 Road in Bethlehem to Andrew Mlangeni Road. This remaining landmarks and site is part of transformation of our heritage landscape and is an added value to the project of social cohesion and national reconciliation. Every South African has to be made to feel a part of this country. Honorable Speaker, the department continues to advance language policy in partnership with relevant stakeholders. Language is at the core of societal development and transformation. It is our late president, former president Nelson Mandela, who quipped, and I quote, "Speak to a man in language that he understands, and you speak to his mind. Speak to him in his own language, and you speak to his heart," close quote. Through the language service unit of the department, this goal of societal transformation using the mechanism of language development and literature promotion has been advanced. And literature promotion has been advanced through the following interventions. Fire and Rescue Terminology Development Session, which was held on the 11th of November 2025. Sesotho Literature Museum Annual Literary Symposium was staged from 27 to 28 November. Celebration of Sesotho literary icons was staged on 13th March 2026. The literary works of one of the Sesotho literary icons, Ndate K.E. Ntsane, were celebrated along with the works of Ndate K.P.D. Mapala Literary Heritage Celebration. We'll continue to roll out these annual programs during the current financial year. Furthermore, finalization of exhibition at the Wesleyan School Church Museum is awaiting the resolution of external contractual matters between National DSEC and the implementing agency. The province has been given a directive to continue with other segments of the project in this financial year, including the erecting of a memorial wall. In partnership with the Department of Correctional Services, the first stage towards the erection of the memorial wall at Bizamakate prison, which entails securing a site for construction of the wall, as well as signing of a memorandum of understanding with Mukaka local municipality, have been concluded, and the actual work will commence and be concluded this financial year. Lastly, the conditional assessment undertaken at the Naland Afrikaans Literature Museum indicates that approximately 57 million is required to upgrade this facility to a required standard. In line with the available budget, maintenance work maintenance work at this museum will continue this financial year. All these projects will add further impetus to the heritage preservation in the province, as well as cultural tourism attraction value, which contributes to positive economic spin-offs. On Program 3, Library Services. Honorable Speaker, in 2026-2027, the Library and Archives Program is allocated a budget of 259,980,000 rands against 260,818,000 rands of the last financial year. It is worth to note that 70% of this budget is the grant from National. On library services, as the department, we are proud of our contribution towards the attainment of education as one of the uppermost priorities of our government through provision of library facilities, learning and ICT resources that we provide. We enable educational opportunities to thrive in our community. On 18th July 2025, we had the honor of opening yet another one of such new library facility in the form of Kribing Library in Wepener. The official opening and handover of this library was conducted by the Honorable Premier Mayor Makwin Litsuha Matai and Honorable Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, Mr. Gayton Mackenzie. This state-of-the-art library is the model of the kinds of libraries that we are building in different towns of the province for the benefit of local communities. Built to the total cost of 23,093,950 rands. It forms part of these libraries that are well furnished, boasting children and adult learning sessions, a reading area, reference section. The computer room is equipped with 18 computers, providing free internet access, email and word processing facilities. The library also provides itself with services lending services with approximately 14,000 material, reference services, e-publications, e-Britannica, reference sources, as well as Sabine online services will be provided online through the internet, making it possible for the community to gain access in this library. Library activity hall for storytelling, reading clubs, community-based literacy activities will be hosted. With these kinds of libraries in the center of our communities, educational access can never be a pipe dream for many of our children and adults in education. We appreciate the effort of Murena Emuholo Mupedi in building a library for the community of Namahadi in Kwakwa. This is the only community library that has been built in the area. As the department, we commit to assist the traditional leadership to resource this library. Towards the goal of learning and education, we have also rolled out the following library programs: Rijabuka Reading Festival, Mobi Readathon, provincial competition, as well as the digital transformation in public areas. The department prides itself in the excellent provincialization of libraries model in accordance with Schedule 5 of the Constitution. Following the milestone that we have achieved in this regard, the National Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, as well as the other provinces, have made a request to us to give them an opportunity to benchmark with our province. On archive services, the preservation of memory and knowledge management has become the cornerstone of digital age. Through archives repository services, we have embarked on the process of digitization of archival records through the Access to Memory digital platform. All historical records are now being converted into digital to ensure their posterity well into the future. We have successfully installed a gas suppression at the Archive Center with the view of ensuring that the records of this center are protected from any hazard. The Archive Center will continue to empower and assist government departments, municipalities, as well as other government entities on record management, which has become a challenge, also resulting in disclaimer audit opinions due to unavailability of our records. On Program 4, Sport and Recreation, Honorable Speaker, for the 2026-2027 financial year, the Sport and Recreation Program is allocated a budget of 150,896,000 rand compared to 137,649,000 rand of the previous year. Guided by the National Sport and Recreation Plan of 2011, as well as the White Paper on Sport and Recreation of 2013, we have rolled out the following programs in the arena of sport and recreation in the last financial year. hosting of major sporting tournaments. As we reaffirmed in the State of the Province address by the Honorable Premier, we are also transforming the Free State into a mecca of sporting events as we continue to escalate the positive trajectory of hosting major sport events in our province. We are ecstatic that the province again hosted the following national and international sporting tournaments since the tabling of our last budget vote. Bafana Bafana versus Nigeria, which was hosted on the 9th September, a World Cup qualifier match. Bafana Bafana versus Lesotho, another World Cup qualifier match on the 5th of September. Proteas women cricket team match against Pakistan women cricket team was hosted in Bloemfontein on the 22nd of February 2026. Building towards 2026 FIFA World Cup, we want to take this opportunity to congratulate Bafana Bafana for qualifying and call upon the Free Staters to stand behind our national team. We look forward to more Free State-based players being included in the final selection of the team that will represent the country like it has been the case before, following the collaborative effort between the department as well as Mangaung Metro Municipality and Free State Rugby Union. The upgrading of Toyota Stadium from Group C to B will result into the attraction of more rugby games in the province, including international games. We'll continue to strive to make our province a destination of choice for national, continental, and global tourism while balancing out this strategic orientation with the financial imperative to advance departmental sports in the province. Pause and move. Honorable Speaker, we are ecstatic to report that during the 2025-2026 financial year, we have indeed made headways in advancing this grassroots sport development imperative through the implementation of community sport program. Through this program, the province has produced positive results as underscored by the sterling performance of Umuyekezi Tebe and Lebogang Tikan, who were selected into the nation's men's squad that participate in the softball world qualifiers in Nairobi, Kenya from 25 to 29 December 2025. Through the community sport program, we have implemented the following sport programs which produce the kind of athletes such as Muyekezi and Lebogang. Support to ABC Mutsipe was provided to teams participating in ABC Mutsipe playoffs from 30 June to 6 July. 18 teams were provided with financial support of 100 million each, and the winning team, which is African Warriors FC, was supported with 500,000 for team preparation. The amount spent on this program was 2.5 million. National Recreation Day and Big Walk was staged on 3 October 2025. OR Tambo Games were successfully hosted from 24 to 26 October 2025. The games are staged and the games which are staged encapsulate talent identification for the mainstream level of participation and are rolled out in partnership with municipalities. They will again be hosted this year in October. Provincial women football finals were held on 16 December 2025 and 10 teams participated with 2 teams per district. Each district has 1 team selected for the participation in Sasol League for the next season. Provincial Youth Day Games, which was implemented as district youth games, were staged in all districts in June 2025. Nelson Mandela Challenge was held on the 23rd July 2025. Provincial Golden Games for senior citizens were staged from 20 to 21st August. Provincial Indigenous Games were rolled out from 24 to 26 September. About 600 participants were involved in various sporting codes. Sport equipment and attire were distributed to various teams during the tournament. This program is growing in stature. 135 indigenous games clubs are affiliated and play in leagues culminating in district team selections. The province will again continue to host this program in 2024 to 25 September. Sport equipment and attire handover to clubs and hubs. 6 hubs were provided with equipment and attire during 2025-2026 financial year. Sport equipment and attire will again be handed to the identified 6 sport hubs as well as 100 sport clubs under a club development. During this financial year, the Free State Sports Awards will be staged in honor of our athletes in various categories. The province will also participate in the National South African Games that will be staged by National Department. On school sports, the spirit of the Freedom Charter engender the sport as a tool in the mending of our social fabric and in opening the doors of learning and culture was entrenched. As a demonstration to the impact that our investment has made, we are delighted that the performance of our athletes in school a sport field and would like to congratulate the following athletes among so many to mention. Bukhulu Goigoi from Neville Sikh High School, who was selected into under-16 basketball national team and COSAFA games that were held from 4th to 13th July in Windhoek, Namibia. Rupert Bester from Grey College, who was selected to participate in the African Youth Championship organized by the South African Table Tennis Board. Among other milestones in the school sport arena, we implemented and participated in the following school sport programs, both within the province and nationally. Provincial Summer School Sports Championships on the 18th October 2025. National Winter School Sports Championships, which were staged in Durban from 11 to 15 July 2025. National Summer School Sports Championships, which were hosted on the 11th to 15th December, where 65 learners from the province participated in the championships. For provincial swimming championships for primary and high schools took place on the 18th to 20th February 2026. School equipment and attire handover to 65 schools. On sports science academies and sport confederation, through the Free State Sports Science Institute, we are proud of the following achievements by our provincial athletes and sports teams, and also too many to mention. Mtimkulu was part of the history-making relay teams at the World Relay Championships in Guangzhou, China, where he represented Team South Africa and won gold medal in the 4x4 meter males final on 11th May 2025. And on the 9th October, Mtimkulu was further awarded the 2025 University of the Free State Sportsman of the Year. Miani Smith was called up by Cricket South Africa, a Protea women team, and won her first one-day international cap and has since continued to be selected. Johanko Gravenstein and Latita Mtengana were selected to represent South Africa at the Taka da Independencia de Karat in Angola from 27 to 28 June 2025. Both athletes had also performed very well in Union des Fédérations Africaines de Karat, UFAK, Region 5 Championship held in Durban in May 2025. Buhlokwa Khitsana, who won a gold medal in his division at the UFAK Region 5 held in Durban in 5 May. His performance earned him a selection to join Team SA for the region and 5 youth games in July. Tabang Makara won 3 gold medals and 2 silver medals in junior jumper division staged on the 4th to 6th October at Mabana Sports Complex in Northwest. Honorable Speaker, on infrastructure, the Confederation also hosted and supported the following sports events to advance sports in the province. Hosted the Free State Sport Confederation annual golf tournament, support the Free State athletes in hosting 10 kilometers road running tournament, hosted a professional women boxing tournament that was held on 16 September 2025. This tournament will again be hosted, as well as Steve Chwete boxing bout as a professional bout. Hosted the Disability Games on 19th December 2025. Supported Limo Marathon, which served as the qualifier for Comrades Marathon. On sports infrastructure, Honorable Speaker, we'll continue today, this financial year with the building of Smithfield multi-purpose outdoor sports facility to provide playing and training opportunities for athletes in this locality. Combi courts were earmarked for construction in Harib and Thabo Mofusanyata district. Consultations with municipalities regarding a suitable sites are being finalized. Our commitment is to ensure that these sport facilities are completed within the set time frame and are beneficial to the communities. Honorable Speaker, the overview allocation. Program 1, 126,590,000 rands. Program 2, 142,882,000 rands. Program 3, 259,980,000 rands. Program 4, 155,896,000 rands. The total amount of the allocation is 685,348,000 rands. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, notwithstanding the constrained fiscal environment and budgetary constraints, will continue to strive and to ensure the rolling out of sports, arts and culture programs across the province. The clarion call by the Honorable President in the State of the Nation address for the realization of socially cohesive society will continue to serve as a bedrock upon which we'll continue to build. It is with deep gratitude that I would like to thank the following people for their singular and collective contribution in the advancement of our members. Honorable Premier Mema Queen Litsuha Matai, as well as colleagues in the Executive Council for their steadfast support and guidance. The African National Congress for continuing to be the torchbearers in these difficult times of our revolution. Members of the Free State Legislature for continuously holding us accountable and support our programs. The head of department, my family and friends, and for their continued head of departments and the entire management, my family and friends, for their continued and unwavering support, as well as understanding. And above all, glory to the Heavenly Father, who is the custodian of the truth and the guardian of faith. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. I will now ask I'll now ask, yes. So how I magat. Ke tla lakatsa ho bitsetsa sekale. Mohlomphei Mahlatsi. Ke tle ke lebale ka Senyesemane, se a nqaka tsatsi la kajeno.
Honorable Speaker, let me acknowledge you. Let me acknowledge the Deputy Speaker, acknowledge the Chair of Chairs, Chief Whip, Honorable Premier, members of the Free State Legislature, members of the Executive Council, House of Traditional and Coastal Leaders, all the guests that are here, ladies and gentlemen, and all Free Staters. Ke a dumedisa. We have declared, Honorable Speaker, that the doors of learning and culture shall be opened. I am honored to be in your presence today to debate on the profound significance of sport, arts, culture, and recreation in the formation of our society's identity, unity, and future. Frequently, these sectors are perceived as ancillary to the core and ancillary to the core areas of development. However, this could not be more inaccurate. Sport, arts and culture and recreation are not mere extravagances. They are indispensable components of our prospering, inclusive and dynamic society. They express the essence of a nation, elucidating our identity, origins, and aspiration. Sport in particular possess an extraordinary capacity to unite, establish a common language that transcends ethnicity, class, and background in the province as diverse as ours. It cultivates a sense of belonging, resilience, cooperation, and discipline, regardless of whether it is played in local communities or in the global scale. It provides young people with constructive pathways. It encourages them to achieve their maximum potential by maintaining their engagement, focus, and inspiration. The arts are equally significant. Our stories are conveyed through the mediums of music, theater, visual arts, literature, and dance. We envision new possibilities, challenges our perspective, and preserve our history. The arts provide a platform for unheard and illuminate the most significant issues in our community. They are potent instruments for social transformation, healing, and education. In contrast, culture serves as a bedrock upon which our identities are constructed. It encompasses our values, language, tradition, and lifestyle. When we embrace and celebrate our values, languages, tradition, and lifestyle, when we embrace and celebrate our cultural diversity, we fortify mutual respect and social cohesion. Simultaneously, we generate opportunities for economic development, cultural exchanges, and global engagement. The African National Congress-led government acknowledges that investing in the arts, sports, and culture is an investment in the well-being of individuals. These sectors not only contribute to economic growth, but also to social development and wellness. They generate employment opportunities, encourage the growth of small enterprises, and draw in tourists. The potential for impact is extensive, ranging from community sports programs to creative industries. Nevertheless, it is imperative that we address the enduring obstacles. Numerous talented individuals are unable to enhance their abilities due to a shortage of access to resources, facilities, and platforms. Rural and under-resourced communities frequently encounter obstacles that restrict their participation and development. In order to realize maximum potential of these sectors, it is imperative that we prioritize resolutions to these disparities. Our dedication is to supporting talent, developing all levels, enhancing infrastructure, expanding access by upgrading Mabana Arts and Culture Center, and establishing Provincial Film Hub. The ANC government demonstrates that it is true to its word. This encompasses the development of partnership with the private sector and civil society, the enhancement of school and community programs, the investment in facilities. It also entails acknowledging and promoting contributions of cultural practitioners, sportsmen, and artists to our provincial life. To the young people of the Free State, sports, arts, and culture provide more than just opportunities for expression. They provide pathways to purpose. Know that your talents are important and your contributions are appreciated, regardless of whether you aspire to compete, create, or preserve heritage. To the leaders and practitioners in these sectors, your work is essential. You unite communities, educate them, inspire them. Your commitment contributes to the establishment of a society that is not only economically robust, but also enriched in character and identity. Honorable Speaker, for many years, culture was frequently perceived through social and heritage prism. which was regarded as valuable for its capacity to celebrate diversity, foster cohesion, and preserve identity. Although these functions continue to be indispensable, we now acknowledge that culture is also a potent economic force. Cultural affairs is situated in the nexus of tradition and opportunity, heritage and innovation, and creativity and economy. The cultural and creative industries are among the sectors that are expanding at a rapid pace on the global scale. They encompass a diverse array of activities, including design, publishing, visual arts, music, fashion, as well as heritage tourism. These sectors generate employment opportunities, generate revenue, and make substantial contribution to the gross domestic product. Furthermore, they accomplish this in a manner that is profoundly rooted in local communities, sustainable and inclusive. The Free State's deliberate commitment to invest in the creative economy, heritage, and social cohesion is evident by the allocation of 142.8 million for the current financial year. The potential is immense in our current context. Cultural diversity, artistic talent, and creative expression are abundant in the Free State. Our language, tradition, and stories are not only sources of pride, but are also assets that can be utilized to stimulate economic participation and development. The platform through which these assets can be cultivated, protected, and transformed into economic opportunities are provided by cultural affairs. Nevertheless, the potential necessitates deliberate and coordinated action. In our capacity as government, it is imperative that we establish an environment that fosters innovation and creativity. The development of markets is equally critical. Cultural product must be capable of engaging audiences on both local and international scale. This entails the utilization of digital platforms to broaden the audience, the promotion of cultural exports, and the support of distribution channels. Our cultural offerings have the potential to transcend borders and establish Free State as a strategic creative leader in the increasingly interconnected world. Honorable Speaker, partnership will be indispensable. The government is unable to accomplish this independently. In order to establish a cultural economy that is both sustainable and dynamic, it is imperative that we collaborate closely with the private sector, educational institutions, and civil society. We will be able to combine resources, share expertise, and establish pathways for both innovation through collaboration. Let us acknowledge the significance of culture in the field of tourism. Vaihook in Bloemfontein, the War Museum, festivals, cultural events are amongst heritage sites that attract visitors. Honorable Speaker, libraries are amongst the most dynamic and transformative institutions in our society. They are centers of knowledge, nodes of opportunity, and gateways of empowerment. Libraries are essential lifelines in numerous communities, including Dipelaneng and Tribing, as they offer access to education, information, and hope, access to knowledge, opportunities, and the instruments that empower individuals to enhance their lives is the essence of community development. Libraries are instrumental in addressing this disparity. They ensure that all individuals have opportunity to learn, develop, and succeed, irrespective of their background and socioeconomic status, by democratizing information. We acknowledge the robust institutions we acknowledge that robust institutions are the foundation of strong communities, and libraries are amongst the most critical of this. We are dedicated to the enhancement and the expansion of library services with the provision of support for the professional development of library services, the improvement of digital connectivity, and the investment in infrastructure. Nevertheless, it is imperative that we recognize the obstacles that libraries encounter. The function of libraries in the contemporary era necessitates a re-evaluation and reimagination to the constraints of limited resources, aging infrastructure, and evolving technological advancement. In order to remain true to their primary mission of serving communities, libraries must continue to adapt and embrace innovation. Honorable Speaker, they facilitate the production of knowledge by academics. They discover the discovery of truth by journalists, the accountability of institutions by citizens. Archives are instrumental in advancement of transparency, accountability, and sound governance. Furthermore, archives are indispensable for safeguarding cultural heritage. They ensure that tradition, languages, experiences of diverse communities are not lost by time by documenting them. This function is of particular significance in a province as diverse and as wealthy as ours. We are obliged to make an endeavor to ensure that history of the Free State is properly included in our archives. As the Free State, we possess significant history that is particularly in relation to the struggle of women. It is imperative that we fortify archival services and guarantee their continued relevance in this evolving environment. This encompasses the investment in digitization, the enhancement of infrastructure, and the encouragement of professional development of archivists. Honorable Speaker, sport and recreation are potent instruments for the community development and social transformation. I'm confident that Mwekezi Tebe and Lebogang Tekane can attest to the fact that they have capacity to elevate individuals, unite communities, and generate opportunities. The well-being of individuals is the fundamental principle of community development. Sport and recreation directly contribute to this by encouraging active lifestyle, mental well-being, and physical health. In a period when numerous communities are confronted with increasing levels of tension, social challenges, and non-communicable diseases, it is not only advantageous, but also indispensable to promote participation and recreational sporting activities. Sport instills significant values in addition to health benefits. It imparts leadership, perseverance, respect, cooperation, and discipline. These are life skills that mold the character, equip individuals, particularly young people, to confront obstacles in our life. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, we would like to reiterate our dedication to the promotion of sports, arts and culture, recreation, and essential elements of the development agenda. Let us collaborate to establish an environment which is conducive to the development of talent, values diversity, provides each individual with chance to contribute. A nation that prioritizes arts and culture and sports invests in its own humanity. Thank you very much, Speaker. We support the budget vote.
Greetings to you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable members, Marena Lidi Khosi, baemedi bohle ba ntlo ya Makhoisang, baemedi ba tumelo tse fapaneng, baahi bohle ba Freistata, haholoholo ho baahi ba Zamdela Sasolburg, le maloko ohle a African Congress for Transformation, re re madume ke ao. Honorable Speaker, the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation's budget position the department as a driver of social cohesion, youth development, cultural preservation, and community participation through sports and arts. The framing is largely social and developmental, not economic. The department is positioned as a social stabilizer rather than economic contributor. The budget allocation versus the mandate. Honorable Speaker, in 2025 budget allocation of 689 million total budget was made. Program distribution thereof was mainly on administration, sports and recreation, arts and culture, and library and heritage services. A significant portion is allocated to administration, transfers to entities and programs. The budget is structured to sustain programs, not scale impact. Employment narrative versus the sustainability. In 2025, the programs include events, cultural initiative, and sports programs. In reality, the jobs which were created are temporary, events-based, and not structurally embedded. Employment in the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture, and Recreation remains episodic, program-driven, and not sustainable. Technology, sorry. Employment in the infrastructure investment versus access. In 2025, the focus was on construction and maintenance of sports facilities, libraries, and community arts centers. But there was no clear link between infrastructure investment and utilization rate on community impact. Thereof, the infrastructure is delivered without measurable utilization or outcome tracking because it raises the question if the facilities are fully utilized and generating community or economic value. Honorable Speaker, we don't stand here to critique, but we are also here to give advices where it's needed. When Honorable MEC of the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture was standing here, she spoke of the state of the library which was built in Kubing. Merely told MEC. Empa, ha ke tsebe le be MEC wa tseba hore department tseo a leng hloho ya tsona di na le a state of the art mobile stage truck e leng hore re qetetse ho e bona fela pele COVID e qala. E neng e tsamaye e etsa di road show, e etsa hore di artists tsa province ena ya Freistata di tsebe hore di rutloetse le hona ho tsebisahala di talente tsa bona. MEC, just a friendly advice. Mohlomong ke utlwile hape MEC ya bua ka MOU a tlo etsa le correctional services. Ho bohloka hape ha MEC.
Remember, the time is up. Honourable Member.
Thank you, Speaker.
Danke. Honourable Member Priet.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Welcome to the traditional leaders here today. It is good to see you, and it is nice being here in Metsimaholo. Speaker, I started out a budget vote some time ago with a very controversial quote regarding culture. So let me start with maybe a less controversial quote by Shaquille O'Neal that says, "Excellence is not a singular act, but a habit. You are what you repeatedly do." In the Free State, we have seen excellence repeatedly, not only on the sports field, but in arts and culture. The province continues to produce individuals who compete, perform, and inspire at the highest levels. 'n joernalis, Albert Heenop, het onlangs deur die Vrystaat gereis en geskryf oor die mense en plekke wat kampioene kweek. En dit is waar, hierdie provinsie van ons het 'n besonderse vermoë om talent voor te bring. Van rugbyvelde tot verhoogproduksies, van atletiekbane tot literêre kringe, die Vrystaat lewer. Maar Speaker, daar is 'n ongemaklike waarheid. Ons mense presteer nie as gevolg van die stelsel nie, maar ten spyte van die stelsel. Because we shift our focus from talent to infrastructure, from people to policy, the picture changes. The department itself admits that it could not reprioritize meaningfully within its budget and instead had to downscale participation and adjust targets to hit financial constraints. Speaker, this is not how you build excellence as a habit. This is how you manage decline. Neem byvoorbeeld Letsemeng, plaaslike munisipaliteit. Daar is geen formele stadions nie. Die bevestigde opgraderings wat daar was, moes aangepas word en fasiliteite is te klein, onderontwikkels en dikwels swak onderhou. Or take the Sipomutsi Stadium in Orendalsrus, where ongoing disputes of maintenance responsibilities leaves the facility in limbo. This is not just neglect. It is a failure of coordination and accountability. En dan, terwyl hierdie werklikhede op grondvlak afspeel, sien ons hoe begrotingsprioriteite anders lyk. Makufe continues to receive a significant portion of funding, but again we must ask, who truly benefits? Are we expanding access to arts and culture or concentrating resources in ways that leave communities behind? Speaker, we are operating in a constrained fiscal environment, a provincial budget shaped by slow growth, reductions in equitable share, and competing priorities like health and education. But difficult choices do not excuse poor choices. Honourable MEC, you did mention that we should host more sporting events. Maar die verlies van akkreditasie by die Vrystaat Stadion sê dit alles. In 'n provinsie wat kampioene oplewer, kan prestasies nie eers amptelik erken word nie. Dit is nie net 'n administratiewe probleem nie, dit is 'n simbool van agteruitgaan. Speaker, excellence cannot become a habit where neglect has become normal. We need a shift from compliance to commitment, from prestige spending to practical delivery, from plans on paper to facilities on the ground. Die Vrystaatse mense het reeds bewys wat moontlik is. Nou is dit tyd dat die regering 'n omgewing skep waar sukses nie uitsonderlik is nie, maar verwag kan word. I thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Khareke.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Premier, members of the Executive Council, members of Legislature, Marena Aruna, Baeti Baruna, Sechaba Kakakaretsu, Madume. Honourable Speaker, I'm in full agreement with the assertion that sport moves us, art heals us, culture grounds us, recreation connects us. Together they form the soul of a nation. After budgets are debated and policies are written, what remains at the moment that makes us feel South African, and particularly Free Staters? A goal scored in a dusty township field, a poem that speaks to our pain, a Maskandi and Mino Wabochaba, songs that brings generation together or a heritage site remind us where we come from. In this era, it is imperative that we create sustainable platform to promote and instill culture values in the current generation. Honorable MEC, we must never allow Makufe to decline or die due to isolated challenges which your department has already dealt with. It is encouraging to know that under your leadership, the department ensured that 80% of performing artists were from the Free State. This is a meaningful step towards empowering local artists and ensuring they benefit from the department commitments. We also commend the creation of opportunities to 49 local vendors, as well as the creation of 90 temporary jobs in security, hospitality, and sound services. Though the jobs are temporary, these opportunities provide needed relief and support to our communities. Motsamaisi wa dipuisano, Makufe a relaunchiwe ka di 1 tsa August 2025. Eno ke nako e khutshwane hampe ho latela nako eo a neng a hlwauwe ka yona. Empa ho bontsha hore setjhaba sena sa Free State se ne se nyoretswe mokete ona, Makufe e bile katleho e kgolo ka tsela e makatsang. Honorable Speaker, we acknowledge the importance of clap and tap music as a foundation of nurturing talent. The choral and clap and tap program must be strengthened. The program has reached 23 municipalities and 34 towns within 6 months, in a commendable milestone that deserves both recognition and sustainable support. Thank you so much, MEC, for your support, for your efforts. Motsamaisi wa dipuisano, ha o ne o ka bona maikemisetso, discipline, lethabo le neng le le difahlehong tsa bohle ba ne ba nka karolo moketeng ena ya mmino. E ne e le mokete o hlomphehileng e le ka nnete. Monate wa mmino ke hore ha o kgethe mmala, dilemo kapa tshobotsi. Ke mmino o kopanyang setjhaba. O tlosa bana diterateng moo teng ba ka qetellang ba kopana le dintho tse tswileng tseleng. Re ne re ka rata ho kgothalletsa lefapha lena la botjhaba hore le tswele pele ka project ena. E se ke ya fela mono, e hole re bone dihlopha tsena di nka karolo lefatsheng ka bophara. Re di bone di recordile di hlale TV. Re eletswe le hore lefapha le tshehetsa mefuta yohle e teng ya mmino ka hara Free State. Mme re a leboha. Honorable Speaker, we extend our appreciation for the support provided to our artists and call upon members of this House to support and vote for Mr. Sifuna Magumba on his nomination of the Metro FM Award in the categories of Song of the Year, Best New Artist and Best Dance. We need to support local artists. Honorable Speaker, we appreciate the department's commitment to position the Free State as a hub of major sporting events. The province has already demonstrated its capacity by successfully hosting significant events, and this further establishes it as a preferred destination for sports tourists. Re bone, Honorable Speaker, ebile MEC o buile ka dipapadi tseo di ileng tsa nka karolo ka hara Free State tse ileng tsa tlisa hore batho bohle ba Free State haholo ba Mangaung ba une molemo ho tsa kgwebo. We commend the department's continued financial support for grassroots sports and equal acknowledge that resource remains limited. Re elelletswe MEC hore ka nnete ditjhelete tsa lona di a fokola. Empa hoo ha o etse hore le se ke la support-a kapa hona ho kgothalletsa hore tsohle tse le di etsang di tswele pele le maemo a ntsa le jwalo a ditjhelete. The ongoing provision of sports equipment and attire to club is a clear demonstration of support for youth development in sports, even though we know the financial constraint faced by the department. Jwalo ka ke se ke boletse. Re bone MEC ha o ntso tsamaya metse le metsana o leka ka hohle hore o fane ka seriti ditlapong tse re nang le tsona o ba fa diaparo tseo ba di aparang ha ba lo bapala. Re lebohile haholo le di-competition tseo tse re di boneng di etsahala ka hara lefapha ho support-a setjhaba sena sa rona sa rantsho. We also pledge our support for the National Freedom Day celebration to be held on the 27th April in Mangaung under the theme Freedom and the Rule of Law, 3rd year of democracy citizen. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, the Department of Sports, Art and Culture Recreation holds a special place in our government. It is not just deliver services, it delivers joy, identity, and unity. Let us continue together to build an active, creative, winning, and social cohesive Free State. Ke a leboha motsamaisi wa dipuisano.
Mohlomphehi Ntate Foko.
Mhlomphehi motsamaisi wa dipuisano, bahlomphehi bohle ba kwano, mokgatlo wa ka e leng Mkhondo Wesizwe Party, barena bohle ba kwano, baetapele bohle ba teng ka re sebaka, le bahai bohle ba Freistata. Ke a le dumedisa. Motsamaisi wa dipuisano, lefapha la tsa dipapadi ka hara Freistata re la leka o bua le ona hore o bue le lefapha la thuto ka hara Freistata hore bana ba rona ba dikolong re kgone ho etsa ntho re bitsang ka hore ke sports day, so that bana ba rona ba tlohe diterateng ba lo shebana le tsa dipapadi mo tshwantsweng ba bapalle teng. Empa ka bomadimabe motsamaisi wa dipuisano, ha re na mabala ka hare o Freistata. Ha re dumele hore ha re na mabala ka hare o Freistata hobane mabala a rona ka hare o Freistata puso ha e hlokomele mabala e re nang le ona ka hare Freistata hobane o se fetohile moo ho lahlelwa matlakala teng. Jwale bana ba rona ha bana mo ba bapalang teng, ke ka ho ba optileng ho ya nthonyane re bitsang ka hore ke nyaope le tse ding tsa dithethefatsi tse leng ho ba di sebedisa. Motsamaisi wa dipuisano re ke bue ka nthwena ya mabitso a dibaka kapo diterata tse re di fang mabitso a batho be leng hore ke ba party e le nngwe fela ka hare ho naha kaofela. Ya pele re bua ka baetapele ba bang bana ba le teng ka hara ditereke tseo fanwang ka mabitso ka tsona. Jwalo ka bo leader Sobukwe, ha ke so utlwe ho bua ka strata se bitswang Sobukwe ka rona hoba una sa ikamahanye le tse ding tsa di-political party tse teng ka hare ho South Africa. Jwale letona ntse le eme mo o ntsa bua ka hore ba buile ka hore hona le dibaka tse ding tse leng hore ba tlo bitsa diterata tsa moo kapo dibaka tsa moo ka mabitso a batho ba bang. Empa ba bang ho ntse ona le barena ka hara dibaka tseo. Ha se ka ra e baleya nthwena re batla ho kgutlisetsa a dignity to our people. We want to bring the dignity to our people. Now, how can we bring the dignity to our people whilst we are dividing our people according to their category? Re batla borena bo nke puso. Ha re bua ka setso re bua ka hore borena ha bo nke puso. re kgutlisetse matlana bareneng hoba rona o re a re hlotse matlana jwale re batla wa nka re a busetse bareneng. A ke tjho jwalo motsamaisi wa mosebetsi ke bua ka motsamaisi wa mosebetsi ya go motsamaisi wa dipuisano go ntshireletse ke lahlelwa ka majwe ka mo ke sireletse
Go
sireletse o tlo nsireletse motsamaisi wa mosebetsi.
Bahlophe, tloelang o ngata sebui ka maje le mo senyetsa nako. Ke tla o edela 2 minutes ya hao e ba nkileng. Ka baka la hore le mo sitisitse ke tla mo edela 2 minutes.
Motsamaisi wa dipuisano ke a leboha wa tshepahala tjhabeng sena sa rantsho.
Ndate itse o tswele pele ka puo ya hao.
Ke a leboha motsamaisi wa dipuisano. Ke batla ho fedisa ntho ena ya hore setso se a fela ha se ya baneng. Ke bona boetapele ba kaosane tshwantse re tshireletse ntho ya hore setso se a fela ha se ya baneng. Ha ona setso se felang, ntho e felang ke ya hore rona ha re na nnete ditabeng tsa setso, ke rona batho ba fedisang setso ka hare ho naha haholo ka hara Freistata. Hoba ntho e nngwe le nngwe re etsang ka hara Freistata re beeletse barena ka thoko, re etsa re le bang ha e re hlola ke ona re ba bitsang re barena. Ntho tsena di a re hlola jwale. Lefapha ke lona lo tshwantseng le kenelle haholo pakeng tsa bana ba dikolo ba bapalang sportso le barena hore barena a fane le ka dibaka tse leng hore di hlauwe hore ebe dibaka tsa ho bapala dipapadi tsena tse fapaneng. Jwale ka o tsho jwalo motsamaisi wa mosebetsi ke a leboha e re ke kgutlele setulong pele ke lahlelwa ka maje.
Ke a leboha. O kenyetsa 2 minutes o nka 30 seconds. Honorable Member Maboy. Ndate Magumi. Ke kopa o tlohele ho ngata maje. Wena le mo primary mo.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, Member Kwelitsua Mataye, and members of the Free State Legislature, special guests, Baaiba Zamdela, Leba Aiba Free State Akabopara, Dumelang Huyemore, good morning. Honorable Speaker, today we do not merely rise to participate in a routine budget debate. We rise to affirm a profound truth that the character and cohesion of a nation are not measured only in rands and cents, but in its identity, its memory, its creativity, and its capacity to unite its people. The budget vote before us speaks directly to that national character and social cohesion. Today we stand in anniversary reflection of the historic Soweto uprising, whose legacy endures as a defining moment of youth political and cultural consciousness. The youth of 1976 did not merely reject Africans as a medium of instruction, they rejected the use of language as a tool of oppression and cultural domination. In doing so, they asserted and expressed language and culture as powerful instruments of identity, dignity, and defiance. In giving voice to this resistance, they embodied the vision of the Freedom Charter, which proclaims that the doors of learning and culture shall be opened. Today, we are called to honor that legacy by ensuring that our education, cultural and heritage systems continue to liberate, empower, and affirm the full humanity of every individual. Equally, Honorable Speaker, as we mark 3 decades of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, we are called to reflect not only on the legal architecture of our democracy, but on its lived expression in the everyday spaces of our society, including sports and culture.
The evolution of sports and culture in post-apartheid South Africa mirrors the broader journey of our democracy, where once sporting codes such as rugby and cricket were deliberately constructed as preserves of privilege, tools through which exclusion was normalized and inequality entrenched. Today, they are being actively reclaimed as platforms of unity, redress, and shared national identity. This transformation is not accidental. It is rooted in the constitutional promise of equality, non-racialism, and human dignity. When a child from a historically marginalized community wears provincial or national colors, it is not merely a sporting achievement. It is the Constitution in motion. It is democracy made visible. As we celebrate 30 years of our constitutional democracy, we must deepen this work, ensuring that sports and culture continue to dismantle barriers, expand opportunities, and reflect the full diversity and potential of the South African people. Honorable Speaker, this transformation is the direct outcome of conscious political will, progressive policy direction, and sustained public investment aimed at dismantling the legacy of exclusion. It is a practical expression of the vision of the Freedom Charter upon which the Constitution of the Republic is firmly anchored. It is for this reason, grounded in our history, guided by our constitutional values, and driven by the imperative of transformation, that we rise in full, firm, and unapologetic support of this budget vote. Honorable Speaker, indeed, there was a time when the arts and culture and heritage were not treated as secondary concern, but as weapons of struggle. As Oliver Tambo reminded us, let the arts be one of the many means by which we inspire the millions of our people to fight for the South Africa we envisage. Today, in a democratic dispensation, that responsibility remains, but it has evolved. The arts must now inspire nation building, sports promote social cohesion, and culture accelerate economic inclusion. The latest stats remind us that inequality in South Africa is not only about income, it is about access. It determines who has sports fields to play on, who has a library to learn in, and or cultural spaces to express themselves. In this context, the challenge before us in the Free State is not merely to create jobs, but to rebuild pathways into dignity. Honorable Speaker, the 55th National Conference of the ANC was unequivocal. Social transformation must include nation building, social cohesion, youth empowerment, and the promotion of culture and heritage as pillars of development. This budget vote gives practical expression to these resolutions. It is therefore not accidental. It is ideologically grounded and strategically aligned. Honorable Speaker, the strength of this budget vote lies not only in its aggregate allocation of 685 million, but in the strategic prioritization of high-impact programs. The department's allocation of 259 million to library and archive services under Program 3 is not expenditure. It is an investment in the intellectual and development future of the Free State. Those who underestimate this program fail to appreciate that libraries are the front line of educational equality, equity, and digital inclusion, particularly for the poor and the working class. In this financial year, the continued rollout of flagship initiatives such as Reja Buka Festival, Reading, Mobi Readathon Provincial Competition, and digital transformation in public libraries will deepen literacy, expand digital access, and equip our people, especially the youth, with the tools to participate meaningfully in modern economy. This program goes further by supporting community-driven initiatives such as the resourcing of the Namahadi Library in Qwaqwa, an initiative led by traditional leadership. For us as the ANC, we know exactly what the role of traditional leadership is, because even in the founding of the ANC, we know that the traditional leadership played quite an important role. So marena a rona re a le hlompha hoba re tseba hantle karolo eo le bapetseng hore le be mona mo re leng teng. Honorable Speaker, in terms of sports and recreation, because an allocation of this, including that of mass participation and sports development grant, is a decisive intervention in addressing the social and economic challenge facing our people. We note with appreciation that in this financial year, the department will continue to position the Free State as a destination for major sporting events, thereby stimulating local economy, supporting small business and advancing sport tourism. At the grassroots level, Honorable Speaker, this program directly confronts inequality and social exclusion. Through continuous support to community sports, club development and sports hubs, young people are given access to structured activities that build discipline, reduce vulnerability to crime and unlock talent. The coming hosting of the Indigenous Games in September 2026, alongside continued investment in sports equipment distribution and community competitions, ensure that sports reaches every corner of our province while preserving our cultural heritage. Further, the prioritization of sports infrastructure, alongside with maintenance and refurbishment of the existing facilities, including the Smithfield multipurpose facility and Combi courts in underserved districts, is a clear response to the spatial inequality, bringing opportunity closer to the people and ensuring that these investments remain functional, safe, and accessible for sustained community benefits. Honorable Speaker, these are not abstract ideals. They are lived in realities embodied in the journeys of young South Africans who are now excelling in sporting codes once reserved for the privileged few. Honorable Speaker, the faces such as those of Tim Kulu, Yosia Kolisi, these are the faces of New South Africa, prove that when opportunities expanded, excellence follows. These are the children of democracy, stepping into fields that once excluded them and claiming their rightful place with confidence. For these reasons, we unapologetically support Program 4, because in the Free State and indeed in South Africa, we understand that sports is not just a game, it is a pathway to dignity, to opportunity, and to a better life. We must also recognize that the budget is part of the broader effort to correct historical imbalances. I submit that this work must be understood against the backdrop of South Africa's ongoing crisis of gender-based violence, and through these programs, we will also be able to address social ills. Program Director, in this regard, the budget is not just about allocating resources, it's about advancing a vision of South Africa that is inclusive, just, and anchored in the lived realities of aspirations of its people. As the ANC, we are clear. We cannot build a united nation without culture. We cannot defeat inequality without inclusion. We cannot realize freedom without dignity. For these reasons, we fully support and commend the budget vote of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and Recreation. I thank you all.
Honorable Nanyani.
Ho motsamaisi wa dipuisano, ha ke nke monyetla ona ho dumedisa ditho tsohle tsa ntlo ya ketso ya molao, baeti ba rona tjhabong ya letsatsi la kajeno, batho bohle ba buhileng ba le malapeng, bitsong la economic freedom fighters, re ho lona kaofela madume. Speaker, I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters to address this House on vote 12. We are being asked today to approve an allocation of 710 million to this department. But Speaker, we cannot discuss this budget in a vacuum of peace and comfort. We must ask a simple, painful, serious question: what happened to the last year money? Because the truth is not just uncomfortable, the criminal is indictment of the ruling party. This budget is the betrayal of the black child on the dusty street of Botshabelo. It is a slap of the face of a poet in Kwakwa. It is a budget that prioritizes the red carpet over the red-blooded talent of our youth. Honorable Speaker, ho na le sound system mona e rekilweng ka ditjhelete tsa setjhaba tse ngata-ngata. Ha re tsebe le hore kajeno lena sound system eo e felletse kae kapa e rekisitswe kapa ho etsahalang ka tjhelete ya setjhaba se rekileng ka sound system eo. Re le mona re le ditho tsa ketsamelao, ha re tsebe letho empa tjhelete yona ra tseba hore e tswile ho reka sound system empa re tsebe re felletse kae. The 2025 annual report of this very department exposes a deep-seated crisis, not just the funding of a governance or an basic will. Honorable Speaker, let us look at the numbers, because the numbers do not lie, even when the politicians do. Harimaga Racha. The department recorded 25.3 million in new irregular expenditure. This brings the grand total to the shocking of 398.9 million. Almost 400 million of the people's money has been handled with reckless disregard for the law. This is not just a clerical error. This is a systemic collapse of financial discipline. At the same time, this department incurred 7.5 million in unauthorized expenditure. They are spending money that they don't have on things we didn't approve, while our people have nothing. Honorable members, we are here to fund service delivery, or are we here to fund a financial crisis? Increasing budget without fixing governance is like pouring water in a leaking bucket. You can increase the floor to 1 million or 1 billion, but as if the holes of corruption is not plugged, the people of the Free State will remain thirsty. Honorable members, let us look at the arts. The Free State is the heartbeat of this nation's soul. We have poets, painters, the musicians who capture our struggle and our triumph. Yet under this bill, our artists remain beggars in their own lands. Last year, while our artists were struggling to put bread on their table, allocated funds of them were not fully spent. This is not just inefficiency, it's a betrayal. You spend millions of festivals like Makufe that benefit big companies from outside our province, while the local musician in Mangaung cannot even afford transport to a gig. We demand a budget that funds local community art hubs, places where our youth can record music and paint their reality without having back of crumbs from the department's table. Honorable Speaker, culture and heritage are the foundation of our dignity, but this department continues to protect colonial statues while there's history of our liberation struggle. The history of the people who actually built this province is relegated to small dusty plaques in neglected museum. Honorable members, we don't want recreation that mimics our oppressors. We want the decolonization of our public spaces. We want our heritage sites to reflect the faces of the masses, not to architect their apartheid. Honorable members, the EFF cannot and will not support this bill that rewards mismanagement with more money. The people of the Free State deserve a department that works, a department that is accountable. Speaker, as the EFF, we want indoor sports center in every township, not just a promise on a piece of paper. We want direct grant for local production and recording studios. We want professional scouts sent to rural districts to find the next generation of stars. Until this budget reflects the needs of the grandmother in Zamdela and the youth artist in Ruvel, the EFF will remain the thorn in your sides. We don't want your status quo. We want radical economic transformation. I thank you.
Honorable Pretorius.
Dear Honourable Speaker, Honourable Premier, Honourable members of the Free State Legislature, and most importantly, the people of the Free State, the people who we work for and the people we represent and the people we account for. Thank you for welcoming us today in Zamdela. Baie dankie. Dit is baie lekker om saam met julle te kuier in Zamdela. Dumelang bome le bon tate. The Free State Province is a province rich in heritage, rich in diversity, and with untapped potential. From our towns and our townships to our rural communities, our small dorpies and our villages. We are home to extraordinary people with extraordinary talent. Whether on the sports fields, in the arts, or within our cultural spaces, the Free State has no shortage of opportunities and of promise. What we do lack, however, is the constant investment, planning and governance required to fully back our people and to unlock that potential of our people. Honourable Speaker, this department sits at the heart of building a cohesive, healthy and economically active society. A budget such as this cannot simply be viewed as numbers on a page. It must be a statement of intent, a commitment to ensuring that every young person in the Free State has access to opportunity, dignity, and a pathway to success within sports, arts, and culture. Sports, arts, and culture are not luxuries in the Free State. They are essential tools in the fight against poverty, in the fight against inequality and unemployment. They shape discipline, they build identity, and create opportunity. For many of our young people across the province, especially in our rural areas, and I must emphasize our rural areas are being neglected. If you go across the Free State Province, name a town, from Allenridge to Zamdela, you will find sporting infrastructure, arts and cultural infrastructure that is dilapidated. And what we want as the Democratic Alliance from this department is world-class facilities, world-class facilities where any child can compete on a world-class stage. A child from a rural community can be filled with dignity on an accredited world-class facility. For many of our young people, access to a library, a soccer field, a netball court, or a community arts center is the difference between hope and despair. We want to see access for our young people across the province to these assets. Yes, Honourable Speaker, the reality across our province tells a different story, unfortunately. Far too many of our facilities are in a state of disrepair. Stadiums are deteriorating. This morning, I had a look quickly at the DP de Villiers Stadium in Sasolburg that requires resurfacing of that stadium so it can again be accredited as a world-class facility. Thousands, if not tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands children yearly utilize the DP de Villiers Stadium in Sasolburg, and that stadium must be of a world-class quality to allow our children to participate in those types of facilities. Stadiums are being vandalized, our swimming pools lie abandoned, and community halls are underutilized or even vandalized. In rural communities in particular, the situation is dire. These facilities are not places of recreation. They are vital community assets that contribute to social cohesion, public health, and local economic activity. The plight for world-class facilities is not only for the young athlete that runs a world record as his or her local stadium. Now, Honourable Speaker, last year we had 2 athletes, young athletes in high schools from the city of Mangaung in Bloemfontein that ran world-class records. But both those world-class records were not deemed international standard because the Free State Athletic Stadium is not accredited. So here we have two young people, a boy and a girl, who ran world records. They worked very hard. Their parents worked very hard. Their schools worked very hard, as well as their sporting facilitators worked very hard. But those world records were not acknowledged. And that is a travesty against those children. And my plight here today is not only for those children who run world records. My plight is for every child to have access to a world-class facility that he or she can stand there and say, the government cares about me, and the government sees me and the potential I have, as well as the dignity that I have. Speaker, if properly maintained and managed, these assets can generate revenue, they can attract events, and they can stimulate much needed economic growth and local economic opportunities for our people. We have seen how sporting and cultural events can fill hotels and guest houses, support local businesses, and bring life into our towns. But without proper maintenance and strategic investment, these opportunities will continue to pass us by. Honourable Speaker, the Department's budget must ensure that maintenance is prioritised of our existing sporting facilities and our arts and cultural facilities. Refurbishment must take place. And when building new facilities, we must ensure that proper feasibility studies are done. At current, we have the Smithfield Indoor Sports Centre at the tune of 56 million rand being built. But the contract has been cancelled due to slow progress on that project. And that is highly concerning. And the AG the Auditor General has highlighted that infrastructure projects in the Free State Province are not backed by feasibility studies. And the department must ensure when it appoints contractors that can get the job done. Honourable Speaker, we must also interrogate how infrastructure investments are being prioritised in the province. The rollout of 4 new combi courts raises important questions about planning and sustainability. There must be a clear feasibility and impact assessments done to determine whether these facilities are being allocated to local municipalities with capacity to maintain them and secure them. We cannot continue to hand over multi-million rand infrastructure to municipalities that lack the competence to protect these assets, to utilize these assets. We cannot hand over multi-million rand assets and then 2-3 years down the line see these assets have been vandalized, there's no access to water, there's no power. The department must start rewarding municipalities that are coming to the table and that actually deliver on its promise to maintain these facilities and to roll out programs in at these facilities. We cannot hand over multi-million rand projects to defunct municipalities. Speaker, the department must take a much more proactive stance in ensuring local governments maintain these multi-million rand assets that are entrusted to them. These assets cannot be handed over to local governments to be destroyed or to lay barren without being used. And we can go across this province and indicate several of these facilities, whether it be in Wepener or in Bethlehem at Barken Park, whether it be in Botshubalu. These facilities are there. They are monuments that we can go and visit. Honourable Speaker, the issue of youth unemployment in our province remains deeply concerning. With youth unemployment at alarming high levels, this department must play a more active role in skills development, in job creation, and small business support within the creative and sporting sectors. This department can play a vital role in addressing many of the social ills we see today amongst our youth. Social ills such as drug abuse, substance reliance, teenage pregnancies, but as well as educating our children and providing them with skills. The DA remains highly concerned about the future of the Free State Sports Science Institute following the land swap agreement between the Free State Government and the Central University of Technology. Questions around the land swap arrangement and the reported 109 million already paid over by the Central University of Technology to the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure must be clarified. This House requires transparency on how these funds have been utilized and what the final outcome of the process will be. The budget of the department is silent on the future of the Free State Sports Science Institute. Where will the Free State Sports Science Institute be located in future? And what is the plan to develop our future athletes? Several years ago, and with much fanfare, the National Training Centre and Olympic facility was announced to be established in the city of Mangaung. Despite 54 million being spent on that project, there is very little to show today of that National Training Centre and Olympic Village that was supposed to arise in the city of Mangaung. On that note, Honourable Speaker, we cannot ignore the ongoing concerns around financial management within the department. Irregular expenditure, weak internal controls, and the lack of consequence management have been highlighted repeatedly. Public funds must be protected and those responsible for mismanagement must be held accountable. There can be no compromise on this. Consequence management must follow. Every cent must be spent on the people of this province. The Auditor General has, for the past 3 consecutive financial years, reported that the department is causing harm through its continued financial mismanagement. This is not a once-off lapse, but a persistent failure that erodes public trust and diverts resources away from service delivery. Speaker, the Democratic Alliance will continue to exercise strict oversight that ensures every rand allocated to this department reaches its intended beneficiaries and delivers real impact on the ground. Honourable Speaker, access to knowledge and information is another critical area that requires urgent attention by this department. Our libraries must evolve into modern centres of learning, equipped with computers, internet access, and programs that empower communities. Yet in the Free State Province, only a fraction of our libraries provide access to broadband or Wi-Fi. The digital divide continues to disadvantage our rural communities and limits opportunities for growth and development. The Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and Recreation sits with this massive asset, which is libraries, and it must utilize its libraries to ensure that there is more equitable access to information and to technology, to Wi-Fi and to broadband. Speaker, in the DA-run Western Cape Province, over 1,600 public Wi-Fi hotspots have been activated across government buildings, providing residents access to the internet and new opportunities. 1,600 hotspots across the Western Cape, whether it be in metros or in our smaller towns, dorpies and villages. Access to internet is vital to our people, and this department must utilize its assets to ensure we provide free, capped Wi-Fi to our people. By 2025, close to 500,000 devices were accessing the Western Cape Government's Wi-Fi network daily, with each device having access to 6 gigabytes of free data per month. And we must be very clear and honest when we speak about access to data. Where our people have access to data, they have access to learning, they have access to jobs, and they have access to opportunities. Geleenthede word geskep deur toegang tot die internet. En hierdie departement moet baie meer doen om seker te maak dat ons mense reg oor die provinsie, veral in ons landelike gebiede, toegang het tot die internet. Honourable Speaker, the continued escalation in funding for Makufe raises serious concerns about priorities and value for money. From an allocation of 18 million rand in the 2025-26 financial year to 25 million in the upcoming financial year, a staggering 39% increase. This growth comes despite extremely low revenue collection reported for the 2025 festival. At a time when smaller community and cultural festivals across the Free State struggle to even keep their heads afloat with minimal support, the Free State Provincial Government has again chosen to concentrate resources into one single event. Now, the Democratic Alliance is not opposed to Makufe. Makufe can bring substantial economic growth to the province, but Makufe must be largely self-funded, and Makufe must become a viable entity that attracts massive investment from the private sector and ensures that there is real economic growth in our province. Speaker, our museums and heritage sites also require renewed focus. These institutions preserve our history and identity, yet many of them are in a state of neglect. With proper investment and partnership, they can become the key drivers of tourism and education in our province. But Speaker, let me give credit where credit is due. I want to thank the MEC and her team, her department, for listening to our calls over the last few years and for starting to invest in maintenance of several of our museums across the province, whether it be the Basotho Cultural Village or whether it be the old government building in Bloemfontein. Those museums need to be maintained and they need to be reimagined to attract investment and to ensure that tourists flock to our cities and our towns and our smaller dorpies to come and spend money and ensure tourism grows in those areas. Honourable Speaker, but very importantly is the department cannot be the solution alone. These challenges must be addressed by a whole of society approach. There must be collaboration between government, Municipalities, very importantly, because municipalities at the end of the day are on the receiving end of these assets, and they are actually entrusted to roll out programs and to ensure these entities function. But there must also be collaboration with the private sector, with NGOs, and very importantly with our communities. It is essential. Speaker, let me take a moment to thank and acknowledge all of the coaches, all of the organizers, and all of the artists, the people who actually give their time and their energy to keep our sport and culture alive in their communities. Without them, this department would not be able to deliver even the limited programs that it currently does. Our volunteers and our coaches and our parents and our teachers deserve more support. They deserve more recognition. Thousands of volunteers and organizations who continue to carry the burden where government has fallen short. Their dedication keeps sports, arts and culture alive in many of our communities. Without them, without you, many of these programs would simply not exist. We want to thank you, and please continue with your hard work to mentor our young people and to mentor the new talent and the next generation of artists, of athletes. We thank you. Speaker, as the Democratic Alliance, we have a vision for the Free State in terms of sports, arts and culture. We want to see a Free State where each and every child firstly has access to programs where they can live out their sports, arts and culture talents, but also where they've got access to a local swimming pool, where they have access to a local soccer field, where they have access to athletic stadiums of a world quality. That is the type of dignity Free Staters deserve. That is the type of dignity our youth in this province deserve. To be able to compete on world-class facilities, to be able to run world records, and those world records must be acknowledged in the record books of the world. We must build a Free State where every child has access to safe and functional facilities, a Free State where talent is identified, nurtured and supported, a Free State where sports, arts and culture contribute meaningfully to economic growth and, very, very importantly, job creations, tackling unemployment and inequality. A Free State where public funds are spent responsibly and transparently. Honourable Speaker, the true measure of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and Recreation success will not be found in the reports or the speeches that are given here today or in the committee reports or meetings, but it will be met by the lived experience of the people in this hall, the people of Zamdela, the people of Allenridge, the people of Marigetla and Tromsburg, people on the ground who make use of these programs and who make use of these assets. This department must ensure that it creates opportunities and that dignity is restored to all people of the province. Speaker, I thank you.
The Honourable Member Shalele.
Honourable Speaker, the Honourable Premier of the Free State, the Deputy Speaker in absentia, Honourable Members of the Legislature, Honourable Members of the Executive Council, traditional leaders Marena Lidikhosi, the leaders of the faith-based organizations and business, comrades and patriots, Bommel Bondate, Dumelang Baahi, ba Free State. On behalf of the African National Congress, we support the budget vote of the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation. We support it because it's guided by the revolutionary values of the African National Congress, rooted in the Freedom Charter and committed to advancing the national democratic revolution, whose central task remains the eradication of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. The Department of Sports, Arts, Culture, and Recreation is therefore not a supporting department, but a strategic instrument of transformation in the hands of a developmental state. These sectors are not luxuries. They are instruments of liberation, vehicles of economic justice, custodians of identity, and engines of social cohesion. Honorable Speaker, the allocation of 142.8 million for Program 2, which drives economic transformation, job creation, heritage, justice, and social cohesion, is a developmental amount. At the center of this program is the Mangaung African Cultural Festival, which continues to demonstrate that culture is not merely expression, but economic participation, Honorable Mukabela. In the 2025-26 financial year, 80% of artists who participated in Makufe were from the Free State. 49 SMMEs were economically empowered, and over 900 jobs were created through Makufe. Through Makufe, township enterprise, small businesses, and emerging creatives across our province were brought into the mainstream economy. The department expanded this impact through district arts festival across Fezile Dabi, Lejweli Putswa, Harip, and Thabo Mofutanya, ensuring that no community is left behind. The establishment of the provincial film hub to unlock opportunities in film, television production, digital content creation, and the broader creative industries is welcomed. Honorable Speaker, I listened to the members who came to speak or debate on the budget. Let me address the issue of Honorable Mukabela from ACT, who says the programs of the department are not the economic contributors. I think Honorable Mukabela must now start to learn that if there's any arts festival, sports activities, the hotels are full, SMMEs are benefiting, and people who are working in hotels are full-time. The equipment provided by the department, that equipment is procured from well-established businesses where people are employed full-time. That does not mean the department must create the employment, but it creates the employment through procurement that they do when they buy this sports equipment. Honorable vessels, you are saying in the Free State excellence is seen. Thank you for that, because sometimes it's good to acknowledge where good work is done. The Sipho Muti Stadium in Odendalsres, it was not there before 1995. Yes, of course, there are challenges, but those challenges would be addressed. And Makufe is expanding access to those who never had access before. Maybe people don't attend Makufe. Honorable vessels, one day you must attend Makufe and see how access is expanded, especially to those who come from our townships. When Makufe happens, people in the township, they open their houses for them to be used as accommodation. That's opening access. Honorable Foko, thank you for telling people that MKP does not exist. Ihloleile, ha e sa batla letho, e batla batho ba ntshe puso. Because you acknowledged hore ha le kgathetse, ha le sa batla letho, le batla fela ho tswa pusong. Marena ana ke dipaki hore ke mmusong o tlileng ka ANC ka 1994, mo marena a qadileng ho recognize-wa teng, mo marena a na leng karolo a e bapalang tsamaiso. E re ko hopotse Ntate Foko, morena ha a kgethwe, morena o a tswalwa. Now, how re morena a kgethwe ka mantswe a mang wena o nahana hore morena wa kgethwa morena o a tswalwa e tla ba morena ho fitlhela a tsamaya lefatsheng lena Honorable Foko mokgatlo wa African National Congress ba bang ba batho ba o theileng ke marena because ba believer hore the African National Congress is the only organization that can liberate and that has liberated our people. No any other organization or political party in South Africa that has liberated our people despite the challenges that are confronted today. But it is only the ANC, no political party can match the African National Congress. But bana ke dipaki hore maoba le maobane ne re sa tsebe ho dula tjena ka hara parlamente ka jeno re dutse ka hara parlamente ba bang ha ba fihla ka nako hobane ha bana tjhelete ya ho reka dikoloi ka lebaka la hobane nakong e fitileng ha ba dumellwa hore le bona they must have access. Now nete re tlamehang ho bua ba heso le haebe hona le dintho tse sa tsamaeng hantle ka jeno. Honorable Nanyan, I suggest that you must join the program of the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation called Rejabuka. Because you come here and say you are not going to support the budget vote of 700 million. The budget of the department is not 700 million. So dipalo ki dipalo, join the program for you to be able to read. And read for a meaning, don't just read. Because what you have said here is not true. Now, kia lebuha, how bolela ba ahilwe. Hore EFF le roba molao. Le hloleile ebile le ahlotse mane makgotleng a dinyewe. Le a ipiletsa ke thabile le bolella batho hore hantle molao ha lo hlomphe lona le EFF.
Honorable Nanyani, o tla utlwa ha sa yeba mme.
EFF ha ona mo e hlomphang molao.
Nanyani,
you are the last organization to speak about crime. Yes, corruption is wrong because it's crime. Everyone a etsang corruption a tshwarwa kwallwe ba re se le a hlotse lona jwale la ipiletsa hobane le bobile molao jwale he re thabile baahi EFF le bolelletse hore bona ba roba molao fela so ba ntshe mpuso. Honorable Pretorius, I'm happy that you would speak about the programs that lacks investment. I'm not sure what type of investment are you talking about because your own organization, the Democratic Alliance, was born of an organization that deprived access. Our people never had access. You come here, speak about the Western Cape every time. I don't know why can't you pack your bags and go and stay in Western Cape? Because in Western Cape, our people are still excluded. Go to Guguletu, go to Khayelitsha. Streets are not accessible. There are no sports facilities. In the Free State, the department has opened doors for those athletes to compete provincially, nationally, and international. Their budget has been spent to develop those athletes which were not given an opportunity previously. Now, don't come and tell us every time about the Western Cape. You were not voted for by the people of the Western Cape.
You may take a chair. Honorable Pretorius.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Is the member prepared to take a question on the number of world-class athletic stadiums, accredited athletic stadiums that the Free State Province has?
Is the honourable member prepared to take a question?
my time will be wasted. I want to speak to
Thank
the
you,
people,
Speaker.
so I am not going to take that. I can take it outside the meeting. Honorable Speaker, access to Wi-Fi. In the Free State, the department has ensured that 44 libraries has free Wi-Fi because our people are supposed to read for a meaning, for them not to be misled by the prophets of doom who want to govern the Free State when they have failed our people in the Western Cape. We are not poor today because on says dom. We are poor as the majority who happens to be black because access was denied. The Bantu education which was given to us made us what we are today. Thank you very much to the African National Congress, which came with transformative policies from 1994. We have made progress in making sure that the doors of learning and teaching are open for everyone. That's why even at my age, you can still learn. You can participate in the Golden Games, the games that allows elderly people to go and compete. Who did it before? No one except the African National Congress. We must accept that. The indigenous games, why are they called indigenous games? Is because those games played by our own people, your khati, your murabaraba, your diketo, were not recognized. It is only the African national government which recognizes those indigenous games. Truth must be told, let alone the challenges that are there, but truth must be told that there's progress that has been made, and we acknowledge the challenges that are there, and we have a plan to fix those challenges. Now, Honorable Pretorius, after this sitting, please pack your bags and go and stay in the Western Cape, because you address the people of the Free State as if they voted you. Now, ka Sesotho, hona le batho bana ba bitswang mahana puso. Mahana puso ke opposition. Even if ba bona hore dintho di a etsahala tse hantle, ba tla tla mona ba re dintho ha di etsahale. Baahi bana ba dutseng mona ke bona ba tsebang hore sports facilities se ka ntle Zamdela mo sibile teng ka African National Congress. There were no facilities in our townships. That's why o thola hore bana ba bangata ba qetella ba kena di drugsing, ba sebedisa jwala hampe, because there were no facilities then, but there's progress that we are making. The combi courts which are being created in our townships is for our young people and children to have access to those facilities, which is something that was never there. A sports facility you can see, house batla. Now I would want them to tell us now, bon khono le bon tate moholo ba bona, ba tswetseng mokgatlo ona wa bona, be leng hore ba ne ba arohantse batho ba batsho ka mmala, ke eng e ba ileng ba etsa sebakeng sa motho a motsho. The African National Congress ke yona fela, le ha diphoso di le teng ke yona fela e phahamisitseng seriti sa motho a motsho, hore motho a motsho le ena a re le nna ke motho ka hara naha ya rona. Ha ke qetela, moruo wa naha ena o ntse o le matsohong a batho ba bangata bao e leng banna ba basweu, be leng hore ba hana ka moruo wa rona. Ha re kopaneng setjhaba, re lwaneng, re kgutlise lefatshe la rona, re kgutlise moruo wa rona ho ba hanyapetsi bana. Ke a leboha.
The Honorable MEC may now reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me quickly correct the mistake that I did. Kise hlompho ho baruti ba rona ba teng kwan, le Public Service Commissioner ke mo bone le ena, and our private sector businesses that are here. Honorable MEC Matlatsi, let me thank you for emphasizing the role of this department, emphasizing the role that it has to play in ensuring that there is social cohesion, in ensuring that we don't forget using our archives and our heritage sites, that where we come from as a country. Honorable Mkhabela, there was a contradiction on this podium because you hold a view that we are not a department that is supposed to participate in terms of economic activities. But I'm glad that Honorable Pretorius and other honorable members who have spoken here, they emphasize the role of the department in making sure that we contribute that. In many countries, we have honorable vessels quoted Shaquille O'Neal. Shaquille O'Neal is a sports person who has made his living out of sports. The billions that he's having come out of sports. So we cannot relegate sports to just being something that is by the way. It plays a major role. I usually say it does not only entertain, it does not only pursue social cohesion and nation building, but it also serves as an income to many households. These artists that are in this department, when we give them platform, they get money, and that money they use them to make a living out of it, to take care of their families. That is why we always, when we take stock of the programs that we have made, we always look at the economic contribution, because we also have a role to play in the MDTP priorities that has been identified. This department is not just by the way. And knowing that in the province, we don't have a strong manufacturing industries, the sector, we believe, it can not only take the children out of the streets, but it can give them a way of making something of their careers. Those that we have mentioned here that are participating, they are earning a living. That is the economic participation, and their income is added to the GDP of this province. The MOU with Mukaga and correctional services, if we are going to build a memorial in a correctional service, that facility belongs to correctional service. So we are bound to have, we cannot just invade that facility without talking to correctional service. That is why we have to have that correctional service. And I'm happy Honorable Hlalele has covered me well on the issue of Makufe. But honorable members, I don't know what happens. You forget what you've said before, whether deliberately or intentional. You are the ones, on my first appearance to the legislature in the sitting, you asked me about bringing back Makufe. Although we were not told by you, it was already in our plans. But you kept asking, especially you, the economic freedom fighters, that the people of the Free State want Makufe back. Now we are bringing Makufe back. You take this podium and say Makufe is useless. No, it can't be. Honorable Kharekwi, thank you very much. And we know that as the legislature, we always ask us these questions. You are always attending in some of our programs, so you know it better what we have done and what impact those things have had. Honorable Foko, on Sports Day at schools, we are in a process of having an MOU with the department. Again, as the sports, we cannot impose ourselves. in the schools. There must be an understanding of how are we going over and above providing the attire, but we are looking into having an MOU that says how are we going to work. But I disagree to say children have, it's a blanket statement, and again it was responded to because there are facilities and the naming of the sites. For us or our committee on naming the PGNC, Provincial Geographical Names Committee, for them to take a process of renaming, the community must submit that request. As the department, we don't go around and say we change this, we change that. But when there is a request from the community, and the due process will follow. So don't accuse us as the department. If there is any site or any street you want to be renamed, start that process and bring it to the department. Thank you, Honorable Mabuya, for affirming the fact that sports, this department is measured by its character, that which we have already alluded. Honorable Pretorius, Honorable Nanyana, issues of unqualified of irregular expenditure, but AG has given us unqualified audits, and we were audited in terms of the PFMA. That is why I said we are looking forward to a clean audit moving forward, because we know that there is improvement. Honorable Pretorius, every time I go and appear, I am asked about the state of facilities in the province, and I kept saying it is not our mandate. Our mandate as the department, we build these facilities and we hand them over to the municipalities. Through the municipal infrastructure grant, these facilities must be maintained. Through the USDG grant, in the case of metropolitan cities, these facilities must be maintained. So it is misleading to take this podium and make it the problem of this department when the athletes have been discredited. And make no mistake, I feel bad for that. But I feel also it is unfair for you to say it is our problem. And you also are responsible for the oversight responsibility, which includes the municipality. So uskari kapesa jasi esinyarona, yes, we take interest. That is why we engage. That is why we persuade. That is why we always make sure that we call these meetings with municipalities. We initiated a platform as the province to call the municipalities so that we can discuss these facilities. We can discuss not only that of sports, but also those of the arts and culture that are in their respective institutions. So, for that matter, did you see the Newlands Stadium in Cape Town, the rugby stadium? When was the last time you went there? It's no longer working. It's in tatters. So you must not always paint this picture that is so rosy in front of the communities. It depends on where you go to Cape Town. The famous Newlands Stadium in Cape Town is a mess. It is not used, and it is nearer to the black communities. When you go down the road towards Ekayelicha in Cape Town, that facility is no longer working. So when you are saying we want us to build world class, we would like to build world class, but I feel like in 2 Kings chapter 4 1-7 ananali bikinyana ya oli Elisha abari atle li dikotlolo a ditlatse as long as dikotlolo zintse ditla itala, and then ufihlela afelwa ki di container. Unfortunately, this is a reality. This is the I don't have those miracles that were performed in those days. The fact of the matter is that with the budget we are having, that you can see, we cannot do what you are saying at this point in time. But we want to emphasize what was said. The facilities that we see around this country are the facilities, especially in township, that were built by the government of the African National Congress. I thank you.
The reply by Honorable MEC. The reply by Honorable MEC concludes the debate on vote 12, sports, arts, culture and recreation. The acting secretary shall read motion 2.
That the second reading debate on the appropriation bill B3 of 2026 be continued. Vote 3, economic development and tourism.
The vote before the House is vote 3, economic development and tourism. Honorable MEC Ndade Makume, Relewela Mohawa Modimo Rowolete, may now address the House.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Premier, members of the Executive Council, members of the Free State Legislature, the Director General, heads of the departments, the traditional leaders from the traditional house, Morene Moholo Mota, Morene Moholo Mupedi in their absentia, Chief Executive Officers of public entities, the business and civil society, members of the media, viewers, listeners at home, Baruti, le bohle ba tswang dikgwebong tse nyane le dikgwebong tse kgolo, ladies and gentlemen, batho ba lapeng mona metsimaholo, dumelang. Honorable Speaker, I'm humbled and privileged to present the Department of Economic Development and Tourism budget vote. We are here to recommit ourselves to the core strategic priorities of the 7th administration as depicted in the medium-term strategic plan driving inclusive growth and job creation, reducing poverty and the high cost of living, as well as building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. Honorable members, today's budget vote tabled during a significant month in the history of this country. On the 6th of April, 1979, Solomon Kalushu Mahlangu, a freedom fighter, dedicated struggle activist, and Umkhonto Wesizwe soldier or combatant of the ANC, was executed, hanged by the apartheid regime. It was again in this month, on the 10th in 1993, when the world witnessed and lost an outstanding liberation fighter, a prominent South African Communist Party leader, Griseani, who was assassinated outside his Boksburg home. Bahaesu. It was also on the 24th of April 1993 when we lost one of our outstanding giants, an internationalist, a unifier, a gender activist, and the longest-serving president of the ANC, Ntate Oliver Reginald Tambo, who died of stroke and long battle with illness. In 6 days' time, on the 27th of April 1994, South Africans will commemorate the Freedom Day. This day was not easily. It stands as a powerful milestone, marking the end of more than 300 years of colonialism, segregation, apartheid, and oppression. It ushered a new democratic dispensation, the adoption of a progressive constitution, and the inauguration of Nelson Mandela as the first president of the free democratic South Africa. Indeed, it is a special day that signifies liberation, the restoration of human dignity, and the promises of equality for all citizens, regardless of race or gender. It is a day that reminds us of the immeasurable sacrifices made by the individual nations to break away from the chains of the unjust segregations by a selected few. Bongata ba bana ba tharientsho ba lwanetse tokoloho ena e re lokelang ho tshabana le ho ihlompha le yona ka madi a bona. May their souls rest in eternal peace as we take up the baton and advance the struggle for economic emancipation and social justice. We pay solemnly tribute to them and to the many other liberation fighters who sacrificed, secured our freedom, and continue to inspire our path forward. Honorable member, it is imperative that we recognize the 2026 as a year of decisive action, a year in which we must fix and stabilize local government while accelerating economic growth and transformation. This calls for the urgent and effective implementation of policies and this calls, Honorable members, this is imperative that we recognize 2026 as a year of the decisive action, a year in which we must fix and stabilize the local government while accelerating economic growth and transformation. This calls for the urgent and effective implementation of policies and resolutions that are directed at improving the lives of all South Africans. To realize the vision, we require capable, skilled, and ethical public services. We rely on public servants to apply their expertise diligently in advancing government's mandate and delivering quality service to our people. They must uphold the highest standards of integrity in all what they do and remain guided by a clear understanding that their foremost responsibility is to serve the public. Above all, they must consistently put the people first. It is for this reason that I've created a theme for this speech. In everything that we do or say, we dare not fail to put the people first. Honorable members, it remains imperative for government to continue investing deliberately and consistently in the development of youth as we strive to build a skilled, capable, and future-ready workforce that can effectively advance our national and provincial priorities. In this regard, we call upon the public and private sector to partner with us, creating meaningful opportunities for unemployed graduates by providing access to workplace experience, mentorship, and skills development initiatives. We can bridge the gap between education and employment. Such collective efforts will not only empower our young people with the competencies required in a modern economy, but will, obviously, and it remains our mandate as a department to advance inclusive economic empowerment by creating platforms that enable the meaningful participation of youth, women, and persons with disabilities in trade and business, including opportunities beyond the borders of South Africa. Honorable members, to realize these objectives, we must move beyond market access initiatives and intensify our investment in our financial support. This includes assessing local entrepreneurs to modernize and digitalize their operations, comply with regulatory requirements, and adopt sustainable practices, particularly in key sectors such as agriculture and manufacturing. We therefore urge our local business to actively participate in business development workshops and similar platforms, as these provide valuable opportunities to engage with industry leaders, experts, and key stakeholders, share knowledge, and unlock pathways into the mainstream economy. Honorable members, today's budget about the people and not numbers. Our people have had enough of promises and long speeches. Hence, our budget focuses on the realities facing our people on the ground. This is because our struggle was never only about political democracy, but about inclusive economic and social transformation, equality access to food, security, job opportunities, restoration of human dignity and rights. In everything we do or say, we dare not to fail to put the people first. Honorable members, we are pleased to announce that the Free State Province has successfully finalized its growth and development strategy. This pivotal framework is designed to drive comprehensive, inclusive economic growth while advancing long-term development and improve service delivery. The strategy serves as an essential instrument for integrating the diverse developmental needs, challenges and opportunities that exist across provincial landscape. It provides a coherent and coordinated approach to planning and implementation, ensuring that our efforts are aligned, responsive, impactful, and addressing the aspiration of our people. On the domestic front, South Africa continues to experience the weak economic performance due to structural challenges and logistical constraints. As a result, the Statistics South Africa says the country's economy grew by 0.5% in 2024 and 1.1% in 2025. Considering the latest economic challenges that are currently taking place globally, such as increased geopolitical intentions through the 2026 Middle East conflict, the domestic economy is projected to grow by 1% in 2026. Over the medium term, from 2025 to 2030, the provincial economy expected to experience a gradual and uneven recovery. Real provincial GDP is projected to increase from 2.15% to 2025 to 3.02% to 2029, averaging 2.27% over the period. To achieve stronger longer-term growth, we must focus on industrialization. We must strengthen agricultural value chains, ensuring energy security, attracting investment, and easing logistical constraints that continue to eliminate the economic expansion. Honorable Speaker, economic activity within the province remains unevenly distributed across regions in the largest share of the provincial GDP at 50.04%. In numbers, it's 189.8 billion, while the Harib District Municipality contributed the smallest share at 1.8%, which in numbers or in figures, it's 7 billion. The remainder was distributed across the Thabo Mofutshanyane at 16.9%, and Fezile Dabi at 16.4%, and Lijolpuzo at 14.8%. Honorable members, the province recorded exports of 12.8 billion in 2025, above imports of 12.2 billion. Exports were led by food, beverages, and tobacco, as well as machinery and transport equipment, with African markets remaining primarily destination. The strong continental presence presents significant opportunities under the African Continental Free Trade. On the import side, the province's largest categories were fuel, petroleum, chemical, and rubber products at a value of 2.7 billion. The metal products, machinery, and household appliances at a value of 2.6 billion, and the electrical machinery and apparatus at the value of 1.9 billion. Imports predominantly sources from Asia, from which total imports amounted to 5.9 billion, led by the electrical machinery and the apparatus, which was at the value of 1.8 billion. Metal products and machinery at 1.3 billion, and fuel and chemical products at 1.2 billion. Honorable Speaker, unemployment remains one of the most pressing socio-economic challenges confronting the Free State. As the fourth quarter of 2025, the province's official unemployment rate stood at 3.72%, with the unemployment among those aged 15 to 34 years reaching an alarming 52.2%. Honorable Premier, this is the youth sector that is being negatively affected. The data further reveals that a stack aged relatively disparately. Unemployment is most severe among young people. Aged 15 to 24 years where it peaks at 58.6%, before declining significantly to 16.9% among those aged 55 to 64 years. This trend underscores the persistent structural barriers that continue to limit labor market entry for our youth and calls for targeted and decisive interventions for the young people. The Department of Economic Development and Tourism, together has a total budget of 533.3 million, which will be strategically deployed across the core programs to advance economic growth, enterprise development, and tourism expansion within the province. This allocation is disseminated as follows. The program 1 is 177, the program 2 is 250, and the investment underscore government's commitment to accelerate inclusive economic growth, strengthening SMME development, and expanding so on. Under program 1, honorable members, the overarching objective of the program is to provide leadership and strategic management in full compliance with applicable policy and legislation, while also rendering appropriate support service to all other programs. Honorable Speaker, at the core of our priorities is the advancement of a good governance and full compliances. The department has attained a clean audit outcome in the previous financial year, and we are resolute in sustaining this achievement. To this end, we will ensure that all valid invoices are paid within 30 days, maintain consolidated annual procurement plan and asset register, and continue with regular entity oversight engagements. We will further strengthen inclusive economic participation by directing at least 40% of the procurement towards women-owned businesses, while also conducting occupational health and safety inspections to safeguard a conducive working environment. Honorable members, in advancing service delivery, the department undertake frontline services delivery monitoring, complemented by staff and client satisfaction surveys to assess performances and identify areas for improvement. Building an ethical and accountable institution remains paramount. Accordingly, we will implement ethics and anti-corruption campaigns, finalize financial disclosure, and undertake investigations and lifestyle reviews to reinforce a culture of integrity. To promote a capable and professional workforce, the department will assess key projects with recommendations, conduct a skills audit, and implement targeted training programs aimed at enhancing employee competency and organizational performance. In addition, we will continue to advance inclusivity through training initiatives on gender equality, youth development, and disability. On program 2, Honorable Speaker, this program is consciously positioned to Honorable Speaker, on program 2 is consciously positioned to drive a conducive environment for inclusive economic development in our province. It places particularly emphasis on empowering small business as engines of growth, innovation, and job creation, while fostering a resilient and sustainable economy that benefits all our people. The economic development. Honorable Speaker, agriculture remains a cornerstone of the Free State economy, with a strong concentration in districts as Karib and Tabong-Futsanyane, where it contributes up to 24% and 16.5% of local economic activity, respectively, in those regions, and present significant opportunities to beneficiation. Honorable members, with the sector projected to grow at an average of 2.89% annually to up to 2030, the department will intensify efforts to scale up agro-processing, particularly in districts where primary production dominates. This will include targeted support for agro-processing, facilitate the expansion of cold chain and logistic infrastructure, and the integration of the emerging products or producers into sustainable market value chains. Our strategic intent is clear: to move the province up to the value chain by transforming raw agricultural output in the higher value processed goods, thereby creating sustainable employment and advancing rural industrialization. Honorable Speaker, in parallel, we are confronted with the urgent... these people. Thank you, thank you. Those interventions will reinforce through focused investments, promotion and strategic infrastructure, support aimed at unlocking new pathways for job creation, reducing long-term socio-economic risk, and building a more resilient and inclusive district economy. Enterprise development. Honorable members, at the center of the economic strategy lies a clear, deliberate objective to accelerate economic growth through targeted and impactful enterprise support in the 2026-2027 financial year. We will support 1,200 micro, small, and medium enterprise through non-financial interventions. This represents a progressive increase and from previous years demonstrates our sustained commitment to expanding access to essential business development. In strengthening enterprises development further, we will introduce structured mentorship programs, provided direct guidance to 50 MSMEs. This intervention is designed to ensure that emerging enterprises are not only established but are adequately supported to grow, sustain themselves, and scale within competitive markets. In recognition of the need to broaden inclusion within the economy, we will support 3 small-scale miners, thereby facilitating their integration into the broader economic value chain. The department is acutely aware that declining MSMEs, sustainable and limited township businesses ownership, continue to exert pressure on employment creation, particularly in districts such as Fezile-Dabi, where manufacturing and mining remain significant contributors to economic activity. In response, we intensify the enterprise support program and the distribution and wholesale program with specific focus: bulk buying support for township and rural enterprise, shared business infrastructure and trading facility, integration of local suppliers into district-based value chains. Through our departmental service centers, we will continue to provide hands-on support on businesses areas such as regulatory compliance, formalization, and access to finance, thereby improving business survival rates and long-term sustainability. Honorable Speaker, we are also intensifying skills development in digital technologies to ensure that MSMEs are equipped to participate meaningfully and increasingly digital economy, from digital literacy to e-commerce readiness. We are preparing entrepreneurs to compete to the modern and evolving markets. This is complemented by expanded mentorship support, which provides practical business guidance, market intelligence, and operational support, and enhanced enterprise resilience. Last year in this House, I committed that the department will introduce an online application system, MSF, incentives in the Free State. I'm pleased to report that this commitment has been fulfilled. For the first time, we introduced an online business incentives application system aimed at improving fairness, transparency, accountability, and accessibility in the allocation of support to businesses, including access to equipment and infrastructure to enhance productivity and job creation. We acknowledge that the system experienced initial implementation challenges. However, we are continuously refining it with all applications to ensure that transparency and trust in the process is enhanced. This intervention is designed to enable MSMEs to penetrate mainstream economic activity, strengthen productivity, build capacity, and participate meaningfully in township and district economies, while advancing value chain, beneficiation, and local economy. During the first application window period of 11 to 21 July 2025, we received over 1,000 applications. Following a rigorous assessment and persuasion by the Premier of the Free State, we opened it again and we received the 120 businesses across provinces were approved for a support and acquired businesses, equipment, and refurbishment. Furthermore, the 128 spaza shops across the Free State have benefited from Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa programs which supported refurbishment to improve infrastructure, compliancy, and competitiveness. In everything that we say and do, we dare not to fail or to put our people first. On industrialization and manufacturing recovery, Honorable Speaker, manufacturing remains a critical anchor sector, contributing 29% to the first Dabi economy and over 18% in Thabo Mofutshanyane. However, the provincial manufacturing performance has weakened alongside a sharp contradiction in construction, which now contributes only 1.6% to GVA in 2024. We will mainstream two manufacturing MSMEs into industrial production system to strengthen industrial participation. In addition, we'll produce an advisory on capital formation to guide investment decisions and implement one initiative to support MSMEs. Honorable members, across all programs, partnership remains the backbone of our success. Cross-province collaboration ensures that we learn from one another, align strategies, and maximize impact. The strategic alliance with the private sector and financial sector strengthen our implementation capacity and expand economic opportunity. Together, we are building a resilient and diverse economy, one that empowers MSMEs, protect consumers, attract investment, and create sustainable jobs for the people of the Free State. We are pleased to report, let me start first with the FDC. With the FDC, we have also undertaken the important task of verifying, updating the lease contract register. This process ensures that every occupation of the FDC owned property has a valid compliant lease agreement. Through these interventions, we are restoring proper governance, enforcing compliance, and safeguarding the provincial assets. The Malutapofung SEZ. Honorable Speaker, the Malutapofung SEZ continue to occupy a strategic position in advancing industrialization, investment, attraction, and sustainable job creation. We are pleased to report that during the reporting period, MAP SEZ has successfully concluded the investment agreement. We are also pleased to report here that the importance of institutional stability of leadership continuity is important. We have therefore appointed the Chief Executive Officer, and we are confident that under his leadership, the zone will consolidate the operational stability and strengthening. The consumer awareness, protection, and education. Honorable members, protecting the rights of the consumers remains a non-negotiable priority of the administration. During the routine inspection, our community unity successfully identified and removed a range of non-compliant items from circulation. These interventions, which include community-centered consumer awareness programs, intelligence-driven inspections, and visibility enforcement, form part of the unit's ongoing mandate to safeguard consumer rights, to protect the public health, and enforce the compliance with the applicable legislation. The removal of unsafe, non-compliant goods from the market contributes significantly to maintaining market integrity and reinforcing consumer confidence in our economy. Beyond enforcement, we have strengthened consumer education initiatives to empower residents with knowledge of their rights and responsibilities. The Liquor and Gambling Board. In advancing the regularity mandate of the Free State Gambling, Liquor and Tourism Authority, we are placing deliberate focus on strengthening governance within the liquor licensing environment. Central to this is the automation of the licensing system, which we will modernize application, adjudication, and compliance processes. This intervention is not merely about efficiency, it is about restoring the integrity of the system. By digitizing records and introducing the transparent tracking system, we will decisively curb fraudulent licenses, eliminate duplication, and close loopholes that have historically been exploited. The reform position the entity to deliver a credible, accountable, and investor-friendly regulatory environment. The proliferation of illicit alcohol remains a serious threat to our industry, not only to the economy, but also to the public health and community safety. In response to the authority, we will intensify coordinated enforcement through targeted blitz, inspection, working in close partnership with the South African police services and custom authorities. These operations will focus on dismantling illegal distribution networks, confiscating counterfeit products, and ensuring that only compliant operators remain active in the market. Following a resolution by the Executive Council, a dedicated member of Executive Council will be assigned to lead the development of a comprehensive turnaround strategy for the raceway. This intervention underscores government's commitment to revitalize a Pakisa Raceway, a strategic provincial asset with significant potential to contribute to economic growth and tourism creation. Through these targeted interventions, the Free State Gambling Liquor Board and Tourism Authority reaffirms the commitment to clean governance, economic growth, and protect our efficiency and competitively market. The program 3, which talks to tourism. In everything we do or say, we dare not fail to put the people first. The primary objective of this program is to ensure adequate planning, sustained growth, meaningful, and within our broader economic transformation agenda. Honorable members, before I turn my focus on the plans under the program for the 2026-2027 financial year, allow me to briefly reflect to the notable achievements of the 2025-2026 financial year. We prioritize the targeted marketing initiatives aimed at promoting newly established thematic roads and flagships events. This deliberate intervention was designed to diversify the provincial tourism product offering and to strategically position the Free State to compete with specialized and niche tourism markets, but also to emphasize the point that Free State is a place to go to, not a place to go through. You've got your Kosafa, the Mangaung, I think the MEC has already reflected to Makufe, the Camino hiking trails, the Maluti Drankensberg, the Cosmo Route Tremek, and many other events that we have supported in the Free State. The strategic partnership and intergovernmental collaboration. Honorable members, the department has strengthened strategic partnership across all spheres of government. And with the key industry stakeholders, these collaborations have been instrumental in leveraging resources, improving coordination and maximizing the return on tourism investment. Through those collaborations with the district municipalities and provincial government, the district tourism forums were successfully convened across the first 3 quarters of the financial year. These forums remain critical platforms for the alignment, coordination, and the effective implementation of tourism. Honorable members, in response to the evolving digital landscape of the department, intensified its focus content on driving marketing campaigns across digital platforms. Daily content dissemination through Facebook, Instagram, and other social media platforms has enhanced visibility of the province tourism offerings and strengthened the public engagement. As a result, the department recorded a 50% increase in social media following in 2025 compared to the previous year. The provincial growth trajectory coincided with a 3% increase in the domestic tourist arrivals during the second quarter compared to the same period in the preceding quarter. In strengthening visitors services, 2 visitors information centers located in Clarence and Paris successfully completed smart VIC training in preparation for the national digital transformation rollout. The sector performance targets and development priorities. Honorable Speaker, tourism remains a critical driver of the economic growth, job creation, and community upliftment. In this regard, the department has set measurable outputs and guide implementation and track performances. To increase tourism market share, the province will implement 8 tourism sector development initiatives in line with the Free State Tourism Sector Strategy 2020 to 2030. These investors are aimed at strengthening planning, coordination, and sector sustainable. Furthermore, 5 excellency campaigns will be undertaken to enhance customer experience and improve competitive across the sector. Honorable members, in line with our commitment to gender equality, 4 projects dedicated to women empowerment in tourism will be supported, reaffirming that indeed, watinta bafazi, watinta imbongoto. The structural reform in the structural, Honorable Speaker, as a part of the institutional strengthening, the department is currently assessing the potential integration of the tourism function into the FSGLTA, of the FSGLTA into the tourism branch. This is the work in progress. Unlocking tourism potential and addressing constraints. Honorable members, while the Free State records the 3rd highest tourism spend per capita national, significant potential remains underutilized, particularly in Thabo Mofutshane, Garib, and Mangaung Metro. To address this, the department will leverage key district-specific assets, including Maluti Mountains, the Golden Gate area, the Drakensberg ecotourism corridor, and the cultural heritage offerings Mangaung. The strategic collaboration with the private sector will focus on unlocking high-value infrastructure, investment, improving market access, and strengthening the destination market. Furthermore, we will actively address cross-cutting challenges, including digital infrastructure limitations and safety perceptions, which continue to constrain international tourism growth. As I conclude, Bommele Bontate, it remains our steadfast commitment as the 7th administration to serve the people of the province loyally, diligently, and selflessly, ensuring that we remain a responsive and capable government and provide solutions to the many challenges faced by our people on a daily basis. Honorable members, allow me to express my sincere appreciation to the African National Congress, a noble, historic, and distinguished movement to which many South Africans have entrusted their hopes and aspirations, for having bestowed upon me the honor of representing it in this esteemed house. Accountability is central to our democratic struggle and continue to serve as a foundation of our constitutional order. In this regard, I wish to convey my gratitude to the Honorable Speaker as well as the Provincial Public Accounts Committee for exceptional and unwavering commitment to ensuring that we remain accountable to the people we serve, as accountability is the site of the struggle and forms the cornerstone of our democracy. I also wish to extend my appreciation to the Honorable Premier, Mama Action Maqueen Letsoa Matai, for for entrusting me with the responsibility of leading this critical department. Her visionary, steadfast guidance and unwavering support continue to inspire us in the ESCO and us as a community of the Free State in our collective pursuit in improving the lives of the people of the Free State. Allow me to acknowledge the continued support and constructive cooperation of my colleagues in the Executive Council, as well as the honorable members of the legislature. I would also like to extend my sincere gratitude to the acting HOD of the department, members of the board, chief executive officers of the Republic, and all officials of the departments and entities who are working hard to ensure that the department achieve its objectives. Your dedication, commitment, and willingness to consistently go beyond the call of duty remain instrumental in advancing our developmental mandate. Let me also take this opportunity to thank the office supporting staff, which they also work tirelessly to ensure that we do what we can do best. Finally, I also wish to express my deepest appreciation to my wife and the entire family for their unwavering love, encouragement, and support, which continue to sustain me in execution of my responsibility. Let me also thank the 3 VIP protectors, ibile ka Jehovah le ka bona ke sa phelang kajeno. In everything that we do, we say we dare not fail and put our people last. I thank you.
We now proceed to the debates on the Honorable MEC presentation of the budget vote of the Department of Economic Development and Tourism. I shall now call upon the Honorable MEC Manche to commence the debate for 15 minutes. Honorable members, order.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, Mayor Makwili Matai, Honorable members of the Executive, members of this House, Marena Dukhosi, Baruti Barona, Sechaba Samiti Maholo, Fezile Dabi, Baagi ba Freistata ka kakaretso, dumelang. We rise today as the African National Congress, not merely to defend a budget vote, but to affirm a program of action grounded in the lived realities of our people and guided by the historic mission of our movement, the attainment of a united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic and prosperous South Africa, our society. This budget vote of the Department of Economic Development and Tourism is not an abstract policy document. It is a practical instrument of transformation. It speaks directly to the fundamental question that has defined our struggle both before and after 1994. How do we translate political freedom into economic justice? Honorable Speaker, the ANC approaches this budget vote from a clear ideological position. Our 54th National Conference reaffirmed that radical economic or socio-economic rather transformation remains central to the democratic revolution. This means restructuring the economy to serve many, not the few, expanding participation of the Black people, women, youth, persons with disabilities, and building a developmental state capable of directing economic growth. This budget vote gives expression to those resolutions in a concrete, measurable, and accountable manner. MEC Makume, o tiisitse ka nepo puong ya hao ya ditšhelete hore ditekatekanyetso tsa setšhaba kapa tsa ditšhelete di bua ka batho. ANC e tshehetsa boemo bona ka botlalo. Programo e nngwe le e nngwe ka hara lefapha e shebane le ho fetola maphelo a batho. Honorable Speaker, we welcome the evidence-driven approach adopted in this particular budget because the data is very clear. Mining-dependent regions like Lejwe-Leputswa face structural decline and unemployment rate remains very high. Township economies remains vibrant but vulnerable. Agriculture presents a strong growth potential but limited beneficiation. The ANC has always argued that policy must be rooted in material conditions and not ideological abstraction. This budget vote reflects exactly those principles. At the heart of this budget vote is industrialization, particularly through agro-processing expansion, revitalization of manufacturing, utilization of the Maluti Apufung Special Economic Zone, which aligns directly with the ANC 54th Conference resolution to re-industrialize the economy and deepen localization. Honorable Speaker, we support this strategic intent to move the Free State from a producer of raw materials to a processor of valued-added goods because real transformation is about participation. It's not about participation alone. It is about ownership, it is about control, and it's about value creation. Honorable Speaker, one of the strongest pillars of this budget vote is the deliberate support to small, medium enterprises. The figures speak volume, and they speak for themselves. Over 2,000 business participants, or applications rather, received through the online system, 22.5 million injected into small enterprises, 120 businesses already supported in the first window. Honorable Speaker, this is not rhetoric, it is implementation. We must also confront head-on the predictable but contradictory rhetoric we have heard from the opposition benches in this legislature. The DA, in its recent contribution to the Free State budget vote, continues to advance the narrative that government has an expenditure problem rather than a structural inequality problem, effectively arguing for reduced public spending while ignoring the historic exclusion that still defines our provincial economy. This approach could strip the state of its fundamental or developmental role and abandon the very communities that depend on targeted interventions for survival and growth. On the other extreme, the EFF has once again dismissed government programs wholesale, claiming that there is no meaningful progress and calling for sweeping, undefined overhauls of the budget frameworks without presenting credible, implementable alternatives or pathways to sustain investment and growth. What we see, Honorable Speaker, the DA that denies the need for transformation, and an EFF that overpromises without a plan for execution. The ANC rejects both these positions. We remain grounded in practical, evidence-based transformation, building an economy that grows inclusive and sustainable, rather than one that is driven by ideological rigidity and populist expediency. Bothata fela gore le tsamaya ka dithunya strateng hohle mona le re bakela mathata. The ANC continues to emphasize that small businesses are the backbone of inclusive growth, but we go further to recognize that SMMEs must not remain survivalist enterprises. They must become scalable, competitive, and integrated into value chains. This budget begins to address exactly that through bulk buying support, market access initiatives, mentorship programs. The decline in the mining is not just an economic issue, it is a social crisis. The ANC supports the department's plans to diversify into renewable energy, manufacturing, engineering. Honorable Speaker, can I be assisted, because really, these ones with the this reflects the broader ANC commitment to a just energy transformation, ensuring that communities historically dependent on mining are not abandoned. Transformation must be just and inclusive as well as forward-looking. Honorable Speaker, tourism is often underestimated, yet it remains one of the most labor-absorbing sectors. This budget vote correctly identifies the Maluti Mountains cultural and sports tourism in Mangaung, as well as Drakensberg corridor as strategic assets. The ANC supports increased tourism infrastructure, destination marketing, and community-based tourism initiatives, because tourism is not just about visitors. It is about local economic circulation and job creation. No economic program can succeed without a capable state. Therefore, we welcome the commitments of 100% payments of invoices within 30 days, anti-corruption campaigns, lifestyle audits, and financial disclosures. Honorable Speaker, the ANC has been very clear. A developmental state must also be an ethical state, and to this end, we reject corruption not as a slogan, but as a practical necessity for development. Honorable Speaker, the introduction of the online SMME application system is a significant milestone as it enhances transparency, accessibility, and efficiency. This aligns with the ANC 54th conference call to digital transformation of the state and the economy. The age of the fourth industrial revolution and artificial intelligence is upon us. We must build a modern, tech-enabled developmental state. The budget further correctly situates our provincial strategy within the global realities of climate change, technological disruption, and economic uncertainty. The ANC unreservedly supports this forward-looking approach because economic planning today must be adaptive, resilient, as well as sustainable. Honorable Speaker, we are aware that the opposition parties will raise familiar criticisms such as interventions that are too small, that unemployment rate remains high, that growth is slow. However, let us be clear, the budget is not a miracle. It is a mechanism, it is a platform for scaling investment, unlocking partnerships, and driving implementation. The real test is not perfection, it is progress, and this budget demonstrates progress. The ANC does not describe or subscribe to extremes. We reject unregulated market fundamentalists, state control without efficiency, and instead we pursue a mixed economy characterized by a strong developmental state as well as an active private sector, empowered communities. This budget reflects that balance. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, the ANC calls for the business sector to invest, for communities to participate, public servants to be patriotic, and to deliver on government programs, because transformation is not the responsibility of government alone. It is a collective project. In other words, the ANC basic policy document, the Freedom Charter, says the people shall share in the country's wealth. Therefore, this budget takes us closer to that ideal. Honorable Speaker, 3 days ago, Honorable Makume was involved in a car accident together with his protectors or PSS colleagues. We take this opportunity and this moment to thank the Almighty for his life and the PSS colleagues. We want to wish you, Ngwanakasi, Mr. Double Clean Audit, speedy recovery. So se bontshitseng kasheko ke boitelo le botshepehi ho setjhaba sa South Africa hore le maemong ana o kgone ho fihla ka monana ka ga parlamente o table budget ya lefapha. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the African National Congress, we are supporting and defending this particular budget vote. I thank you.
Honorable Member Mukabela. Tell me, honorable members, do I still have to continue referring to your good self as honorable members behaving in the manner in which you do? Please, please, if you want to make a point, make a point. We are not clowns. We are members of this House, representing these members that are there. And I would like us to have a debate that is dignified. Please.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the recent reports and political oversight indicates the significant failures within the various provincial departments of economic development and tourism in South Africa, particularly in the province of Northwest, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and our beloved province, Free State. The key failures include the collapse of the state-owned entities, massive mismanagement of funds, declining infrastructure, and failure to force job creation. Honorable Speaker, ka baka la nako, ke tla etsa mohlala fela ka Kharib district. Infrastructure neglects in Kharib district. Tourism is stagnant due to poor roads and lack signage and abandoned tourism centers. Through you, Honorable Speaker, Mupurimiru wa rona wa Freistata, Mema Queen, le time Mema Queenie. Orata hore batho ba se ke ba feta fela province ya Freistata ba fapoele. Mme ke dumellana le Mupurimiru wa rona ha legolo. Empa mopremiriri, batho ba tla kena jwang ka hare ho province ya rona, ditsela tsa rona di senyehile, le dibaka tsa maroko mo ba lo robalang teng, tse ownwang ke government di se maemong a hantle. How would our SMMEs benefit from investors if our roads are not well maintained? Honorable Speaker, ke etsa mohlala fela ka Josh Lube ka mane. Josh Lube ke strata sane se re se sebedisang ha re tla airport. Re lo feta mane Home Affairs, Dr. Rantley Molemela le hona ho ya Limo. Tsela eno ha ya loka ho hang. Ebile ke ipotsa hore le baeti ba rona ba tlang Makufe, ha ba ya dibakeng tsa bona tsa moroko, ba tlo tsamaya jwang hara dikoti tse kalo. Ke sa le mo, Honorable Speaker, it's a high time as a metro in Mangaung to see to it that our airport Bram Fisher is expanded and meet international standard. By so doing, it will be creating thousands of jobs within our beloved province of the Free State. And our SMMEs will be able to grow their businesses in various ways. Just like in many airports, where you would find our crafters sitting there selling their crafters and also escalating in various businesses opportunities. Honorable Speaker, ke rata hore ke theoletse MEC wa rona ka nnete, re a leboha MEC ha ele mona o bone hore di unemployed graduates tsa rona di kgona ho thola di mentora di businessing tse ding while they are seeking for mesebetsi e metelele e tla ba sustainang. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, I just want to poke the House with this question. What happened to the revitalization of the Welcome Airport? The less we talk about it, the better. Or perhaps Madlanga Commission will bring solution to it. Thank you.
Honourable Member Briet.
Speaker, David Cameron once said, "The economy is the start and end of everything. You can't have successful education reform or any other reform if you do not have a strong economy." And Speaker, that is exactly the challenge that is in front of us today. We speak about development, about jobs, about opportunity, but it all depends on one thing: a growing, functioning economy. Maar in die Vrystaat sien ons iets anders. Ons sien 'n ekonomie wat sukkel om te groei, 'n provinsie wat volgens die jongste projeksies slegs 1.3% gaan groei, ver onder wat nodig is om werklik werkskepping te dryf. And instead of building an environment where the private sector can grow, invest and create jobs, we are increasingly relying on the state to absorb unemployment. Speaker, you cannot build a sustainable economy by expanding the wage bill while shrinking opportunities. Die begroting wys dit duidelik. Die meerderheid van hulpbronne gaan aan die vergoeding van werknemers, terwyl ekonomiese ontwikkeling 'n relatiewe klein deel ontvang. Dit is nie 'n groeistrategie nie. Dit is 'n oorlewingsplan. And while we debate budgets and policies, reality is unfolding outside this House. The recent outbreak of foot-and-mouth disease across the Free State is not just an agricultural issue, it is an economic crisis, with over 400 outbreaks already reported across multiple municipalities. Movement restrictions, quarantines, and disrupted trade are already affecting our farmers and our rural communities. Speaker, agriculture is one of the key drivers of our provincial economy, a labour-intensive sector with massive potential, but potential means nothing if it is not protected. Hierdie uitbreking wys ook iets anderste. hoe kwesbaar ons ekonomie is wanneer basiese reaksievermoë onder druk is. But let us turn to tourism. Ons praat graag oor die potensiaal van dorpe soos Parys net hier af in die pad. 'n Juweel langs die Vaalrivier, bekend vir sy feeste en toeristeaantreklikhede. Maar wat is die werklikheid? Ngwati munisipaliteit is in 'n krisis. Watervoorsiening is onbetroubaar, rioolstelsels faal, elektrisiteit is onstabiel en paaie is in 'n swak toestand. Speaker, you cannot invite tourists to a town that cannot provide basic services. You cannot market a destination while the infrastructure collapses. En tog verwag ons dat toerisme ekonomiese groei moet dryf. Speaker, economic development does not start with slogans, it starts with conditions. The kind of conditions where businesses feel confident to invest, where infrastructure works, where governance is stable, and where policy supports grow instead of constraining it. Die VF+ het konsekwent gepleit vir die omgewing waar die privaat sektor kan floreer, maar bureaukrasie, beter bestuur en werklike ondersteuning in entrepreneurskap. Because ultimately it is not the state that creates jobs, it is people, businesses and opportunity. Agbare Speaker, die Vrystaat het potensiaal, maar potensiaal alleen skep nie werk nie. It is time to fix the fundamentals, to restore confidence and to create an economy that works for everyone. I thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Fogo.
Motsamaiso wa dipuisano e re ke kene hape ke sa kene sefaleng ke tswele pele ka dipuo motsamaiso wa dipuisano se ke dumedisitse ke itse madume kaofela ke ao motsamaiso wa dipuisano e re ke qale ka ena e ka sehlong haholo ya Sesotho wa sere ke a kgola ha una a point of order this time e re ha ishwa ya raya motsamaiso wa dipuisano ke ntwe re bonang ka mona mokgatlona o busang o etsang ka shekulena pela batho ho bontsha hore ya shwa ya rae motsamaisi wa dipuisano e re ke bue taba ke ena e buweng ke di buitse hlaileng ka mona ka pele ya pele ke ya hore hoba bana ba bua ka sejatlhapi ke batla ho bua ka Sesotho batho hore ba utlwe hore there is no total liberation to our people are not yet liberated by now. Jwale ke ona ntho eno e tshong ere bona ba re batho ba rona ba liberated to tloa ka 1994 ke leshano kaofela ha iyo ntho eo batho ba rona ba so liberated jwale ba dutsi ba ntsa ba le mono ba hengile fela ba tsa ba etsetswa ditshepiso tsena tse ba di etsang ona jwale motsamaiso wa mosebetsi e re ke tsamaye ke nthonya ya implementation mhlompheng ya hore ba batla ho implementa hore budget ena itswe ilwetsa mosebetsi o tshwantseng o etse ha iyo ntho eo tšhelete ena kaofela e tswileng ya budget ena ke ka hore e tshwelang ka mathe re le mkhondo wesizwe party today re ho hang rona re le mkhondo wesizwe ha re dumele budget eno ba e tlozuwa fela di officing e zuwe ke batho be leng ha re ba tsebe hona jwale ba buile ka 30 days ba tlo patala di service providers 30 days within 30 days ha iyo ntho eo e jwalo batho bana ba sokola hona jwale hona le sekolo Bloemfontein mane Grisani se kwetsweng ha se so sebetse sekolo seo empa batho ba patetswe tšhelete eo ile kae ke dintho tse ding tse leng swantse re di hlokomele hore di a etsala ka re mokgatlo ona o busang bohana puso ke bohana puso ba bang bana ba emeng hona jwale mona ka pela lona ba le jwetsa hore re mahana puso e tlile e jwalo re mahana puso re batla ho etsa le ntho tse lokileng thabeng sa rona di services ha di ye thabeng sa rona hona jwale ba bua ka FDC ha ina molemo ka ra tshaba sa rona ha e etse letho ka ra tshaba sa rona empa ntse fuwa ditšhelete hore e hire batho CFO di a tshintshana ka ra FDC ke government e jwang eo e sa hlokomeleng hore na batho ba teng ba Freistata ba fumana mesebetsi ba ba fa mesebetsi ena ya hona jwale ya di-overall tse tshehla ke mesebetsi e leng hore ha se mesebetsi e permanent eo ka hara setjhaba re batla mesebetsi e permanent for bana ba rona. We are doing this for our children, not any other body. We are doing this for our children. So this government ya ANC akere ba batle re tshojwalo ha re feitsi ba re rona ha re so ka re ba governmenteng. We are not in charge. MK party is not in charge. The ANC is in charge. So they must make sure that they deliver, and they deliver now, because our people they are angry now. Let the ANC deliver. From today, we are clear. We are clear as Bohana Puso that we are going to make sure that this country, those who are corrupt, they are going to be locked up. And we are going to help the Madanga Commission because we are part, we are trained, we know who are corrupt here, and we are going to make sure. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Yeah. Honorable Thabo Meko. Honorable members. Yo. The Speaker, the Premier, all members of the Provincial Legislature, Sechaba Saba Toba Freistata ka bophara. Speaker, we want to join other speakers of the ANC who passed here to appreciate that the budget speech of the economy today is indeed a special moment in history. We also want to indicate that the 7th administration is in its second year delivering or presenting these plans at the time when our country is celebrating 30 years of our constitution. Not only that, it is also celebrating the 70th anniversary of the Freedom Charter. The ANC is arguing that these are important documents defining the special moment we're talking about, because it is through those two, of course many others, to apprise about the road travel since the democratic dispensation. When we want to ask if the ANC has delivered or not, these two historic documents come closer to helping us. We're further indicating that the road traveled for the 32 years highlights that the program of the ANC Revitan National Democratic Revolution is a program to change society, has succeeded to disrupt the socio-economic relations of apartheid, albeit the challenges. Other speakers of the ANC indicate that fact and reality. The socio-economic rights of our people are defined by the Freedom Charter and recognized by this Constitution. And that in itself is a milestone to have such a progressive constitution. So in itself is a product of struggle, but we also use it as a tool to ensure that these that our people want, we are able to use it to achieve them. And the ANC makes a point that till all of those are pursued, Honorable folk,
The ANC will continue to fight to achieve all these rights emerging from the Freedom Charter contained in our Constitution. And that's why ANC na le sekgowa se reng a luta continue. The problem is cositsweng from 1910 to 1994. It's not realistic to resolve them in the 32 years that the ANC is in power. That's why selemo le selemo ANC ha e tla mo e le bolella fela ka hore Mema Queen selemong sena sa ditjhelete o tlo fihlela eng. Now selemo se i-1 sa ditjhelete se ke be sa fihlella o retse ntho tse kaofela tse ntate Foko le raseditseng ka tsona go tshwantse di etsang. Hanyane re di entse tse ngata Mema Thabo bua nnete. Re fihleletse tse ngata empa ho ntsona le mathata. A mang a mathata a tliswa kore bonnete mmusong ka mona ona le manyofonyofo ona le eng ona le ntho tse ngata tse le reng hore ANC ya di lokisa. A mang a mathata a structural problems tse tswang apartheid. That's why ANC is re kopa le go dikereke di re rapella gore thusa gore re tswele pele to produce men and women ba matla ba ratang setšhaba. E na le project ya yona ANC e buang ka yona ya renewal go itukisa le go intšhafatsa. So re a tlhalosa gore nakong e fetileng State of the Nation address, State of the Province address, including the 2 budget speech, have reflected on the positive economic growth and investment recorded. The 2026 budget speech on the economy coincides with the spirit of hope. Over some years, government has achieved 2 consecutive primary budget surpluses. It's an achievement. Including the relationship of our country and the rest of the world. Price of petrol not because the ANC is failing, but despite those things, there are many that the ANC leadership has been able to pursue and achieve. South African credit rating has improved. Interest rates are coming down and inflation is at its lowest level in 20 years. Government is on a clear path to stabilizing national debt. Now le chelete muso we kadimang and le chelete na re patala interest to yona hore. Well, how re stabilize it means interest e leba income to government. O phalela ditshebeletso tse ngata tse yang setjhabeng. The rand is strengthened against the dollar. E nngwe ya dintho tse neng se rwa kola gore ha e tsamaise economy ya ntlo bane dollar is expensive. Ba thotse no. Marand ya behave no against the dollar. E a hlalosa hore tse ding tsa di policy di a sebetsa. Programs tse ding tsa di ANC indeed are able to attend to the root causes of our problem, the nerve center. Bothata ba exclusion ba batho ba batsho from the economy. Rona re batla ho etsa point ena na MEC Makume re batla ngo leboa ka yona haholo. Focus on informal economy, township economy is greatly welcome and over its evolution has reflected an economic arena spearheaded through gender struggle. Women have been in the forefront of this struggle against class and patriarchal dominations. This focus will be reinforced by the 500 million, of course, an ambitious initiative launched in 2025. Ki mmuso to listen pele ke ANC. Hore re batla hore moruo o na wa dipolasing le wa bo makeishene mo batho ba rona ba duleng teng. O kgutle le ona batho ba rona ba se ke ba o sebetsa fela ba une moleng. Ha ntse re lwantshana le mmuso no moholo e sa le nkuwa jole ka mongwe wa baetapele a hlabola monana ke white men. So as bo mme fela ba batho ba batho be le reng hore they were oppressed by the apartheid system, what we call the triple oppression of women. Le bo mme ba batho ba basweu bo honorable Leachit Kepse, they are also being oppressed by their own men because it's a system that benefited them because they were so we're making a point. We're making a point that the 500 million a government bailing aside will reinforce mosebetsi that Makume batlang ho etsa ho ya ho lo thusa batho ba rona ho lwana lo hlola ho kgutisa moruo o nana ka hara di township. This township and rural economy, largely informal, are essential to the country's overall economic well-being. acting as a lifeline for many marginalized communities who are largely Africans and blacks. We're arguing a point that it will benefit all the vulnerable communities. Bele bele rung rubala ba hateletse lo feta bo ntate ba batho ba batsho lo feta bo mme ba baswi hobane ha isale bo mme ba rona ka hara makeishene ba rekisa makwenya ba rekisa gemere. In fact our argument is the ntshi gore ke bona ba iqadileng economy ena ene ra tseba mathata a teng no e le rung gore a etsa gore ba se ka hla ba tsola pele we sebetsa economy ena lo re ba etsa bonnete ba gore ba una mele. Triple portion of women also include white women. We made that point. But we know that because it is going to benefit Africans and blacks, it will put up our DA, Afriforama, Kopane, back in escaping by America, there's yet another white genocide of white women. Because they oppose everything transformational. Libito la batho le rongore ha ba sotlwa fela ke muso apartheid ba ile ntweng together with the ANC ba tshwarana ka matso ba lwana for freedom to bring their country back, and that country le fatse la teng le matekwana teng di khutle le batho ba Africa who are Africans and blacks. Tade jabuta dilega tsena tse ngata tse. That's the philosophy of our country. Museveti authority government. Government leads efforts through police or the private sector. It kono fana ka mesebetsi. Mara muso lona ya o etsa mesebetsi because o kgethwa ke batho and muso o tseba mathata a tobile setšhaba ile bofuma le tlhokego ya mosebetsi. Jwale ke ntho re dumelang go yona e bothata mona na kore economy ena na e kgone fana ka mesebetsi go ya ka mo re lebeletseng ka teng gobane batho ba ba e ownang ke ba le ba benefitileng from apartheid, so they are not willing, and that's why when we introduce these policies they revolt, and DA comes into cahoots le AfriForum esnang social credibility at all, and they do all manner of shenanigans to oppose transformation, to oppose these ANC programs that are seeking to empower our people. Thank you very much.
Honourable Member Van Vuren.
Honourable Speaker, Premier, members, and let me also recognise the traditional leaders present. Before I start, Speaker, you referred and maybe made it open to me when you said that we are not clowns. But that reminded me of the question that was asked, that if you put a clown in a castle, does the clown become a king or does the castle become a circus? So I leave that to you, and you've seen all the debates before me, and you can decide, is this a castle or a circus by the members. Honourable Speaker, John F. Kennedy once said, and I quote, "The time to repair a roof is when the sun is shining." End quote. Honourable Speaker, for too long the ANC-run government in the Free State had waited for the storm before deciding to act. They wait for roads to collapse before announcing emergency repairs. They wait for tourists to stop visiting before they speak about tourist strategies. They wait for unemployment to rise before they speak about the economic growth. The Honourable Mansi talked about a capable state. The ANC is absolutely a failed state, and I'll show you, I'll give you some evidence of that. And then, as always, they make promises for tomorrow while residents continue to suffer today. Speaker, we are now moving towards the 2026 local government election. This means that communities across the Free State will once again hear promises from the ANC. They will hear promises from about roads, water, electricity, and jobs. But the people of the Free State have heard these promises before. After more than 30 years, and we've just heard it, they can't take responsibility. It's always apartheid. Never the fact that they can't deliver, and never the fact that they will take responsibility. After 30 years of ANC government, they are still driving on broken roads. They are still sitting without water. They are still watching their towns deteriorate, and people are still standing in unemployment lines, and this is a fact. Honourable Speaker, the honourable member that keeps on speaking here behind me, interesting enough, when she referred to the EFF as having somebody that has to go to jail, she was also on her way to jail when she was accused of a tenderpreneur and corruption in a gestator case in Machabeng. That's the same person that said the same things. Honourable Speaker, the greatest challenge facing the Free State economy today is the collapse of infrastructure. Without infrastructure, there is no growth. Without growth, there is no jobs. Without jobs, poverty grows. That is why infrastructure is not simply a road issue or a municipal issue. It is an economic, a tourism, and it is a dignity issue. The economy does not operate in isolation. When roads collapse, supply chains are disrupted. The cost of doing business increases and investment moves elsewhere. And you are driving on these roads, and your lives are in danger on your way here as well. When municipalities fail, businesses lose confidence. When infrastructure is neglected, tourism declines. Every governance failure creates a ripple effect across the entire economy. Conversely, when infrastructure is maintained, when roads work, when towns are clean and functional, investment grows, tourism expands, and jobs are created. That is why government cannot afford to treat these issues in silos. The poor condition of roads in the Free State is one of the clearest examples of government failure. From Klokkelaan to Markwart, Kroonstad to Pieterstein, Warden to Vrede, and small towns to our major routes. Motorists are forced to dodge potholes. Trucks are damaged. Farmers struggle to transport produce. Tourists avoid destinations. Emergency services are delayed, and businesses lose money. According to a presentation by the Infrastructure South Africa, the economic loss to the Free State as a result of poor roads is now estimated at more than 6 billion rand. Over 17,000 jobs have already been lost due to poor road networks, and the strain this places on the province's agriculture, manufacturing, and transport sector. And still, the government continues to issue press releases rather than deliver results. Honourable Speaker, the Premier referred in the State of the Province address to the importance of infrastructure, economic growth, and investment. The MEC of Finance, and today we also heard acknowledge the importance of creating an enabling environment for growth. The DA agrees with these statements. But speeches do not fix roads. Policies on papers do not attract investment, and budgets alone do not create jobs. Implementation creates jobs. Delivery creates confidence. Competence creates growth. The Free State should be one of the strongest provincial economies in South Africa. We sit at the center of the country. Every major transport route runs through the province. We should be the logistic capital of South Africa. We should be the province where companies establish warehouses, distribution centers, and transport hubs. Instead, companies bypass the Free State because our roads are failing, our municipalities are collapsing, and our local government cannot provide the certainty businesses need. Honourable Speaker, tourism should be one of the biggest job creators in the Free State. And the Honourable MEC just said in his speech that this sector is highly unutilized. We have world-class attractions. We have the Golden Gate Highlands, Maluti Mountains, Gariep Dam, and we have a rich culture, history, wildlife, sport, and outdoor tourism opportunities that many provinces would envy. But tourism cannot thrive where roads are broken, towns are dirty, and basic safety is not guaranteed. They will never come here. No tourist wants to visit a town where streetlights do not work, potholes damage vehicles, and municipal neglect is visible on every corner. Tourism is about more than brochures and slogans. It is about creating an environment where people feel safe, welcomed, and proud to spend their money. The reality is that many towns in the Free State have become symbols of the decline instead of destinations of opportunity. Honourable Speaker, the Free State economy is also currently facing pressures from factors far beyond our borders, like Honourable Meku said. A war involving Israel, the United States, and Iran, taking place thousands of kilometers away from the Free State, is already having an economic impact here at home. It affects fuel prices, it affects transport costs, it affects the price of goods, it affects farmers, businesses, and the ordinary resident. That is the reality of a global economy. Sometimes events far away can have immediate consequences for the province like ours. But there's one important difference. The people of the Free State cannot control what happened in the Middle East. They cannot control global conflict. They cannot control international oil prices. What they should be able to control is whether their own provincial government is competent. And for more than 30 years, the ANC government, through their own decisions, its own failures and neglect, has systematically broken down the Free State. We've got a crisis that impacts our economy. We've got a circus that over 30 years neglected the province. Roads have been allowed to collapse. Municipalities have been allowed to fail. Infrastructure has been allowed to decay. Investors have been driven away. Businesses have closed. Young people have left towns because there are no opportunities. The war may have an immediate impact, but the ANC has created a long-term economic crisis in the Free State through choices that were entirely within its control. Honourable Speaker, the government has a social obligation to care for those who cannot care for themselves. But the only sustainable way to reduce poverty is through economic growth, job creation, and opportunity. People do not want handouts forever. They want the dignity of a work. They want the freedom to decide how to build a better life for themselves and their families. That can only happen when government creates an environment where businesses can grow, investment can flow, and jobs can be created. Instead, under the ANC, too many opportunities have gone only to the connected few. Too often, the priority has been to enrich friends, cronies, and politically connected insiders, rather than to grow the economy for everybody. Instead of building an economy that includes more people, this government has protected the interest of small circle while unemployment continues to rise and communities continue to suffer. The Free State deserves a government that puts the people first, not politicians first. The province deserves a government committed to reducing unemployment, expanding opportunity, and including more people in the economy. Honourable Speaker, the DA believes that the Free State can do better. We believe that roads must be repaired before they collapse completely. We believe that municipalities must be held accountable when infrastructure fails. We believe that tourism must be promoted properly and that government must focus less on political speeches and more on practical delivery. In provinces and municipalities where the DA governs, we have shown the better government is possible. We don't want to go there. We want to bring something that works to the Free State. In the Western Cape, roads are maintained more effectively. Tourism continues to grow, and municipalities are the best run in the country. And we don't say it. There's institutions and the Auditor General and everybody shows that we are the best run municipalities. In the city of Cape Town, investment is attached because businesses have greater confidence that services will work. The lesson is simple. Where government works, economies grow. Honourable Speaker, as we move closer to the 2026 local government election, residents of the Free State must ask themselves one simple question. Well, it's not one, it's a couple actually. Can they honestly say that their lives are better today than they were 5 years ago? Are their roads better? Is their water supply more reliable? Are there more jobs? Are towns cleaner? Are municipalities functioning better? For most people in the Free State, the answer is no. And that is because this government has had decades to fix these problems, yet they remain exactly where they were, or in many cases, they have become worse. Again, what castle have we got here? John F. Kennedy was right. The time to repair the roof is when the sun is shining. But for more than 30 years, this government has ignored the warning signs. Now the roof is leaking, the walls are cracking, and the people of the Free State are paying the price. The Free State deserve better. The people deserve better. And in the local government elections, they will have the opportunity to choose better. Thank you, Chair.
Honourable Member Shabalala.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members of the House, setjhaba se hlomphehileng sa Metsimaholo, ke re kgotso ha e ate. But today we must ask a simple and uncomfortable question. Who is this budget really for? Because, Speaker, budgets are not neutral documents, budgets are political instruments. They reflect the priorities of those in power. And this budget reflects a government that is comfortable managing poverty instead of ending it. People in the townships, in the farms, and in the rural areas are not living in billions. They are living in unemployment, hunger, collapsing local economy. At a time when our people are desperate for jobs, young people are sitting at home with qualifications, no opportunities, this government responds with a budget that does not prioritize this. Batjha ba qetella ba ineletse dithethefatsing hobane ba tswa dikolong ba dutse ka mangolo maikemisetso a bona e ne ho fetola maemo le maphelo a malapa a bo bona ba ipona ba le useless. We are told that this budget will support tourism promotion, township economy projects, online licensing system. These are not interventions of transformation, they are interventions of survival. Hobo mamang bao iling di favorites tsa ba tshwereng power. Speaker, tourism is presented as a silver bullet. Who owns the tourism economy in this province? Ke tabe re batlang ho e tseba. Not the people of Kwakwa, not people of Botshabelo, not the people in the rural masses. Tourism profits are still concentrated in the hands of few established businesses, while our people are reduced to laborers in an industry that exploits their land and culture. The EFF rejects a model of tourism that uses our people as attraction, pay them poverty wages, and excludes them from ownership. We all should be interested in tourism that redistribute wealth. We are told about support for the township economy. But Speaker, there is no township economy without access to capital. Batho ba habo rona ba nkgiswa tšhelete ba fuwa makumane a weleng ditafoleng haeba ke nnete President Julius Malema o lokela ho ya toronkong Matamela Phalaphala Ramaphosa will follow him ba tla tsamaya mmoho tšhelete e ntse e dutse matraseng e dutse tlasa disoufa ha ba feletsa
Honorable member, please take a seat. Menanyan, you are allowed to engage during the proceeding of the House on two clauses, the one of a point of order and the one of asking questions. Which one are you rising on? Because you have been rising and speaking. So I want to afford you an opportunity. Menanyan, we have to implore on you to respect the decorum of the House. Honorable member is debating and she must be respected. Let's proceed, honorable member.
Access to land and access to markets. You cannot build an economy through workshops and seminars. You build an economy through state-led industrialization, massive investment in black-owned enterprises. The department boasts about online licensing system. Let us be clear, you cannot digitize poverty and call it progress. A faster licensing system for a business that has no funding, no infrastructure, and no customers is meaningless. The real barriers are lack of funding, lack of industrial support. Until those addresses, all these systems are just window dressing. Honorable Speaker, this budget exposes a deeper problem. This province does not have a real economic development strategies. Haba tlameha ho deliver. Badula ba itshireletsa ka mmuso wa apartheid for 30 years ba le puso. Tjhelete e jewa jwalo ka mascopas. Where are the industrial plans, the agro-processing strategy, the manufacturing revival program? Instead, we have fragmented programs, underfunded initiatives, and no clear path for mass job creation. The EFF has always been clear. Economic freedom requires structural change, no administrative adjustment. You cannot solve a crisis of unemployment with increasing budgeting. You need bold, radical, and decisive investment. The EFF rejects this passive approach to economic development. EFF requires a massive increase in funding for industrialization and manufacturing, direct financial support to block-owned and youth-owned enterprises, radical transformation of the tourism sector to ensure community ownership. Without this, the budget will continue to reproduce inequality. Again, Speaker, this budget is not a tool for liberation. It is a tool for managing the status quo. It maintains inequality, it protects existing economic power, and it abandons the poor. The people of this province are asking for jobs, land, and dignity, not one loaf, one family. And the budget does not deliver, and this budget does not deliver that. For that reason, the economic freedom fighters reject vote 3. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Let's call on stage Honorable Zamasi Kwebela. For 10 minutes. Honorable members.
Honorable chairs of chairs, Premier, Mare Nabarutis Chabasa, Fezile Dabi, the Free State Kakaritsu. I stand here to support the budget vote of the Department of Economic Development and Tourism, because this budget is not just a budget or a financial allocation. It is a concrete program of action that seeks to transform the realities of our people in the Free State. It reflects our collective responsibility to move beyond the policy commitments and deliver the tangible outcomes that is improving the livelihoods, creating jobs, and restoring the dignity of our people. It firmly supports, or it is grounded on the vision of the Freedom Charter, which declares that the people shall share in the country's wealth. It is anchored in the Constitution of the Republic, which compels us to build a society that is based on human dignity, equality, and freedom. And Section 195 of the Constitution reminds us that public administration must be developmental oriented, accountable, and transparent. And this is what this department is doing. Furthermore, the department responds directly to that constitutional injunction by prioritizing inclusive growth, ethical governance, service delivery that place our people at the center. Honorable members, I wish to remind you that this vote gives a practical expression of the ANC vision on the document that we call the second transition, which focuses on the radical socio-economic transformation. While we have achieved the political freedom, the struggle for economic emancipation continues. A phase that requires us to deepen transformation through industrialization, localization, and broad-based participation in the economy. And furthermore, the resolution of the African National Congress have consistently called for the developmental state that it must actively intervene to restructure the economy in favor of the people which were previously disadvantaged, the youth, women, and the veterans. Therefore, the department responds to this call by prioritizing sectors that have the greatest potential to create jobs and drive the inclusive growth. I don't think that honorable members that are debating here, they have read the speech, because if you look at the speech that was tabled, the budget vote that was tabled by the MEC, it speaks to those sectors that are critical to drive or to create jobs and to drive inclusive growth. What we must also state is that the department is aligned with the commitments of the ANC manifesto, which prioritize, again, job creation that also support for small business and build an inclusive economy, an economy for everyone, irrespective of class, gender, and color. Also, the ANC-led governments, it advances the key policy framework, including in the Western Cape, where honorable members are speaking about. There's what the key policy framework are the ANC-led government, which is the National Development Plan, which is the Industrial Policy Action Plan, which is the Economic Recovery and Reconstruction Plan. Western Cape is not an island. It exists under the government, under the key policy framework that are developed and led by the African National Congress and their beneficiaries. They are supposed to stand and say that we benefit from the policies of the ANC. So, and then through the targeted interventions, the department expands opportunities for all small, micro, and medium businesses, and it promotes industrial development, and it unlocks the investment in strategic sectors of the Free State economy. Chairs of chairs, the economic realities in our province requires a decisive and targeted interventions that have been tabled by the MEC, despite the realities that the mining, especially in the goldfields activities, are declining, but the informal and the township economy, it's on an upward trajectory, and it shows or it reflects both resilience and vulnerability when it's not supported in its entirety. But what is important, what honorable members that they are failing to acknowledge is that the budget speech prioritizes economic diversification that supports the township enterprises that invest in sectors that can absorb labor and stimulate the growth. Furthermore, I cannot speak more on the issue of the agro-processing that is critical for the intervention that speaks directly to the economic strength of the Free State province. As one of the leading agricultural provinces, we must move beyond the primary production and embrace the value chain, which includes secondary, tertiary products. Also, what we must speak about is that the issue of the SMMEs that are supported, they are supported to ensure that government is at the forefront to support the business, and including that they must tap into the expenditure of government to ensure that there are jobs that are being created. And we must say that we acknowledged the SMMEs that have been supported, that the government continues to support by the government of the ANC. What is important beyond that is that the department offers a financial support and non-financial support, and it also improves or do what we call market linkages, and it enables them, the SMMEs, to have digital access to digital participation. That means that the digital currency, to use your QR code to scan or to trade, and to be effective on e-commerce platforms. Honorable Speaker, I don't want to speak about the issue of the SCZ, but what we can say that it is very important, and we must follow the vision of the SCZ as it's going to bring us the investors that we need in this province to grow our economy. I want to get to the issue of tourism. The speaker that just went off of the DS links tourism with the infrastructure. It's good, but fails to acknowledge and to tell us that, or to tell the people of the Free State the reality that our budget, the budget of the Free State Free State province has been reduced by 600 million. And then fails to tell the people of the Free State that the road that we call the ecotourism road, the road from Fixberg to Ladybrand is drivable. The road from Fixberg, Rosendal is drivable. The road from Virginia, Henneman, Kronstadt is drivable. The road from Hilbron to Sasolbeck is drivable. The road from Hilbron to Kopis is drivable. The road from Fijonskron to Ogni is drivable. What more? Then he must wait for MEC of roads and community safety to tell him more roads that are going to be drivable, that are going to be repaired. So we want to say that we support this budget because this budget translates the principles of the Freedom Charter into practical interventions. It gives effects to the Constitution and advances policy positions and resolutions of the African National Congress, including government, and it is a budget that responds to the challenges of our time while laying the foundation for a more inclusive, transformed, prosperous future of our province. I therefore rise to support this budget vote as a decisive step towards the economic transformation, job creation, and a better life for all in the Free State. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Zamas Kwevela. May we call Honorable Roy Jackelson on the stage. for 7 minutes.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I greet all the members, our traditional leadership, members of the public, and our members from various departments present here this afternoon. For once, Honourable Chair, I'm going to agree with yourself. I'm going to agree with Honourable Meko regarding the economy currently. Government is stabilising debt. Interest rates are also stable. The rand has strengthened and there's a relaxation on the grey listing. Why now, after so many years? It's very simple. Because the Democratic Alliance is part of the government of national unity. And when the ANC minister was unable to balance his budget, his idea of transformation is to increase VAT, to make the cost of living higher and poor people poorer. It was the DA within the government of national unity that came with alternatives. It was the DA that went to court to ensure that no Minister of Finance unilaterally will increase taxes. It has to go to Parliament. That is why things are improving in this country, Honourable Chair. But I heard my colleague, Honourable Van Vieren, talking about resorts, and I have to mention this as well this afternoon. Because within this municipality is a travesty of transformation. At Waranyeville, there was a functional resort called the Jim Fouchier Resort. It created jobs for the people of this municipality. It brought tourists in from Gauteng and across the country to enjoy the entertainment that was available for them there. But this ANC-run government decided this resort had to be transformed. And part of that transformation also included infighting over which family member or cadre or someone had to take over the resort. The result is, it looks like Trump has bombed that place. There are no roofs, the windows are missing, everything that was there is destroyed. You cannot even fix it. You'll have to rebuild it completely. Similarly, the interpretation centre at the Vredefort. The government's idea of transformation was to build something there. But what they built there for 36 million rand was never used. And this is just down the road from us. Due to the structural defects, that building, that 36 million rand building, remains derelict. I heard the MEC and other people speaking about the Phakisa Raceway. Since its inception in 2004, within the first 5 years, 424 million rand was spent there. During that same time, it only managed to bring in about 7.7 million rand. What has become of the Phakisa Raceway and the investment there? It's derelict, it's in advanced decay, and I can warn the MEC mentioned he's looking for investors. It's going to take probably another 400 million of cadre investment to fix that place. And then again, there will be fights over who owns it, and it will never be utilized as it's supposed to be. We heard that sports can also bring in investment during the sports debate today. There's the Fazile Derby Stadium in Tumahole, almost 95 million rand spent. Cosmos wanted to invest in that stadium. They offered to take over the stadium to create investment for the local economy. Can you imagine having matches there every Saturday with vendors, people making money, jobs created? But no, unfortunately the owner wasn't a cadre. So the people of Tumahole are sitting with another white elephant, a stadium that's never utilized. because many of these things were never built to be utilized. They were built so that some tenderpreneur could make money out of the construction. Honorable Chairperson, we heard about the FTC and the SEZ, and these are supposed to be very important investment institutions for the province. But we need to restructure the FDC, and the SEZ is in the Malutia Pofung municipality, which is stifling its growth like all municipalities across the Free State. Honorable Chair, we heard mention of the Freedom Charter. Only the Democratic Alliance can liberate South Africa and implement the vision of the Freedom Charter. Where we govern, we see unemployment down, we see economic investment up, and our people benefit from that. In the Western Cape, 18.1% unemployment versus a Free State's unemployment rate of 37.2%. Let's also look at infrastructure. The city of Cape Town, last year, built 401 kilometers of new pipelines connecting water and sewage to the poorest of communities. Johannesburg, the biggest city, only 98 kilometers, and I don't think Mangaung were able to do anything during that time. We need to invest in the right things. We have a recipe in the Democratic Alliance. We will implement this recipe with the support of our people in every single municipality in our local government elections, and again in 2029. Unlike what the ANC and other people say about us, we know that if we are going to be safe and stable in South Africa, every single person, no matter your race, no matter your culture, needs to benefit from the policies that we will implement. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you very much. Let's call Honourable Chabumba Lula to present the debate.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs, Honorable Premier of the Free State, members of the Executive Council, honorable members of this House. Allow me to greet you all, especially our people throughout the Free State Province and those who have joined us online. Batubana bakunxele lam ngabantu abasisimangaliso. Ndizawunixelela ngabo ngokubanzi ndawugqibezela intetho yam. I want to join Honorable Makume underpinning his central message. And indeed, today the people of the Free State no longer want to hear eloquent speeches and promises. They are yearning for transformation, access, and real economic role in this province. The Honorable MEC has presented a budget vote speech that clearly guides us on how to navigate our people from the economic periphery to the center of economic opportunity. When thinking of the sacrifices made by Solomon Mahlangu, Chris Hani, Oliver Tambo, we confronted with the fact that the battle for freedom was never purely about political liberation only. It was essentially a struggle for economic emancipation. It was about making sure that every South African, no matter who they are or where they came from, should have access to opportunity, dignity, and have a vital place in the economy. And this responsibility now lies with us as leaders in this democratic state. My colleague spoke deeply about the important role the state must play in ensuring economic participation of blacks and generally and Africans. We understand the harsh economic realities which are facing the province. Mining independent districts continue to face pressure. Macro, small, and medium enterprises have difficulty sustaining themselves. tourism opportunities are unexploited, and youth unemployment remains a threat to tomorrow's society. But what characterizes this budget vote is not only the acknowledgement of these problems, but the clarity and precision of its response. A clarity that those who are conflicted between following Floyd or staying with their Messiah Malema will never understand. Honorable Chair of Chairs, in this House too, we should be honest with ourselves about different visions of development. This administration, for instance, is determined to stimulate industries, strengthen small businesses, and provide job opportunities. Yet, there are those in blue who believe that walls can be created to enable development. But what they fail to tell our people is that walls don't encourage empowerment of an entire community. Walls don't grow the economy, but these walls they intend on building are a reflection of their unwillingness to imagine a culture of participation in the economy by the poor and the working class, and to let them have opportunities to own businesses and to contribute to the economy of our country. Rather than invest in township economies, SMMEs, or economic infrastructure, they invest in division and exclusion. That is why we should never allow them to be in positions of power, especially here in the Free State. Honorable Chair of Chairs, this budget shows a real commitment to an innovative economy based on economy restructuring. We are going in the right direction of higher value-added industrialization and going out beyond primary production through agro-processing as the focus. Not only will this shift strengthen rural economies, it will also create sustainable employment opportunities and position the province competitively within the broader value chain. A focus on SMMEs and the township economy sits at the heart of this budget as well. Small businesses are not peripheral to the economic development that is proposed in this budget, but they are at the center of it. With expanded enterprise support programs and infrastructure development and better access to markets and finance, this budget underpins sustainable business growth. And this decision is in line with the national policy on structural economic vulnerability of certain districts such as Lijueliputswa, and that this is why this budget adopts a targeted course of economic diversification. Investing in renewable energy, manufacturing, and alternative productive sectors is not only just about fixing today's problems, but it is about ensuring that we build a stronger, more resilient economy for the future. Honorable Chair of Chairs, the revitalization of industrial capacity is still a critical component of this budget. Leveraging the Maluti Apofung Special Economic Zone and existing industrial parks, bring investment, industrial expansion, and employment, which is a way forward for this department. Tourism also has a significant role in driving economic development, be it the Maluti Mountains or cultural and heritage festivals. This budget acknowledges how tourism can support local economies, build livelihoods, and support small businesses. Investing in infrastructure, marketing, and exclusive tourism market opportunities places the province in a position to be competitive as well as attractive, not just within the province's borders, but also globally. None of these interventions can work without good governance. It is from this point that we note that this budget focuses a great deal of detail on responsibility, efficiency, and integrity. Our promise to pay invoices in 30 days, unlike what we are told here, improves procurement systems and anti-corruption, which are all rooted in the belief that growth is only responsible or possible if we develop through a robust and moral order.
The extent of the budget, however, is the true measure of its effect on people. Through targeted interventions, this budget will help over 1,200 SMMEs expand economic participation, build up and stabilize essential infrastructure, empower the youth and women, and support protection for consumers of all sorts. Honorable Chair of Chairs, during his engagement with EXCO, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa made it clear that economic development needs to be motivated by capable, agile, and professional state that goes beyond planning to create implementation, or that goes into concrete implementation with a clear agenda that will drive initiatives that directly lead to high growth and jobs. He pointed out that the Free State has strong potential, not the least because of its strategic geographic position, and urged the development of significant economic key areas, such as a Smith logistical hub, to be a logistical hub, dry port, and also agro-processing center in order to create value. He highlighted tourism as part of a sector along the agriculture and mining that is significant for the province due to its competitive advantages. The President also emphasized a clear plan for investment, better infrastructure, and better coordination among the government to ensure all economic possibilities are pursued to drive the province's inclusive growth and sustainability. And this budget vote does not only address what the President raised, but it also guides us on how we can achieve these goals that the President spoke to us about. This budget, however, cannot succeed without partnerships with the private sector, with communities, and across all aspects of government. The basis of this budget exists, that how effective it is will depend on our joint commitment to putting it into action. And in closing, Honorable Chair of Chairs, the actual test of our leadership is not the promises we make, but the opportunities we give to those who have been neglected. The Free State has long waited for inclusion, for opportunity, and for economic growth. This budget vote is a reaction to that call, with implementable targets and interventions. However, we need to face a hard but necessary reality of the system we have. As Karl Marx once put it, open quote, the true conflict in society has always been a class struggle. Race may divide us, but it is inequality that defines who benefits from the system, who does not, close quote. Race has historically served as a weapon of division, and we can never forget this. But what sustains that division today is the persistence of economic exclusion, which is a structural dynamic in South African context as well. This just speaks for how millions are still locked out of opportunities, while wealth and access remain concentrated in small number of people. And yet, rather than engaging this structural injustice with transformative ways of doing things, or even a transformative way of thinking, some will prefer to distract our people with empty politics and symbolism. They prefer to invest in barriers that keep people apart rather than pathways into full participation in the economy. They lack imagination of economic justice, no vision of lifting the poor and working class, and no real plan to bring back dignity to our society. It is no surprise that they always make reference to the Western Cape that continues to marginalize and exclude our people from economic activities. I am fully in support that they should also go and reside in Cape Town because they talk of order and they still defend systems that marginalize the poor and the middle working class. Or they should go and join Gogo Helen Zille, who swims in potholes that have been there for the past 8 years when the DA led that municipality. So asiyo yethu lento zingxaki zabo. What we remain clear about is that we're clear about what we seek to achieve, which is full economic participation and emancipation of our people. True freedom is not simply measured in terms of the absence of discrimination, but it is measured in terms of the opportunities and the economic participation we will create for our people. And we just said that this today. Because until we address the root of the inequality and until we create opportunities through the economy for the people who have historically been excluded, we cannot claim to have made a just and equitable society. Where others erect walls, we erect opportunities. And where others doubt, we deliver. In the words of Honorable MEC Makume, I quote you today, let's continue to make Free State a place to drive to and not a place to drive through. Now, baetapele ba rona ba setso ba teng baruti kaofela le lona le ananetswe ebile ke le hlomphile. A re qale ka monga difoko mo. South Africa for dilemo tse robong re bile le mo presidente a hlahang mane nkandla ke batle le mo bitsa ka lebitso. Ha khone o ema mo. A re fe motho a jwalo e le molaetsa o e leng hore batho ba Afrika Borwa ba tlameha ba bolatela. He hallowed the state institutions. A ba tsebahala le ka lebitso la shawa. E ne le shawa ya o etsang. O botlo o ema mona o re jwetsa hore re latele Mkhondo. Mkhondo kwazang eng? Tjhelete sa tlameha e kgutle ya fireplace e entsweng inkandla man. Now secondly, the DA has been politically trying to metamorphosize itself over the years. They
Remember your time is up. Honorable members, let's call the MEC on stage to conclude the debate as a form of a reply.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Let me firstly welcome all the speakers who have accepted the budget. And let me also correct some of the misinformation, the distortions, and just things that are not supposed to be discussing today. The budget, honorable members, was about the economic development and tourism. It was not about the history of this country, which we are also distorting. You can't start the history of this country just 30 years ago, when you know that there was a history before that one, which was painful, when all the citizens of this country were paying tax, but this tax was only used for the minority and who happened to be whites. When you know that this tax was only used to build roads where it was strictly white people who were living, when you know that this tax was only used to put infrastructure for white people only and not for black people. Where we are today, it was a farm owned by a single white person. The ANC took over. Today we've got this town area called France. Just next to this area, there was another farm called Moi Dry. Unfortunately for others today, it's quite dry because the people in the area are not accepting them anymore. It's no more a Moi Dry for them, it's a quite dry for them. The people have taken back their land. It's now a settlement which MEC Mukwena has also put infrastructure. But let's remind the councillors, particularly, honorable members from the EFF, just on the 12th of April, there was a new program called Councillor Tsotsi. Go and watch that channel 157. The first episode was about an EFF councillor who was alleged to be involved in fraudulent activities. So you can't come today and play to be clean when we're supposed to discuss how can we make this Free State, our own place, to be a better destination area. Then you bring other things which they don't belong here. That's wrong and it should not be acceptable. So I'm not sure, Council. I'm not sure, honorable members, because I have said that the budget is, maybe let me just put it again, correct the figures, because the problem is that you don't listen when we speak, because you are hurrying to go to Cape Town, because every time we bring Cape Town into the debate. The budget of the Free State economic tourism, I think we have made it very clear that this is how much we have budgeted for, which we have even explained how it must be deployed strategically to ensure that it grows the economy. But instead of discussing that and helping us, we are not doing that. We are actually coming up with other things which they don't belong to this budget. We have also said we must begin to ensure that the budget benefits the people of the Free State. We are not doing that. We are not helping us to do that. Number one, I have said the private sector, we must lobby it to ensure that they also support us to grow the economy. Just here in Sasolburg here, there's a company, biggest company called Sasol. Ask the residents here, what is it that they benefit? Just on simple things, on the value chain of Sasol. Nothing. So it means the private sector, in areas where it is our people, they don't contribute, they don't invest. So that is why you are arguing in the manner in which you are arguing. You are talking about Cape Town, but you are not talking about the Cape Town township. You are not talking about Kaelisha. You are not talking about the Michel's Play, because you know exactly the conditions of those areas. They are not even different from the areas in which we are living. And not because they have designed them now. It is something that was designed 300 years ago. The other thing that we must learn, it's mathematics. You can't destroy anything for 300 years and believe that for 30 days you'll then build this thing. It can't. So it has taken 300 years for apartheid system to destroy this country, and only in the 30 years when the ANC-led government has started to rebuild, to ensure that our people live in a better conditions, we are beginning now to blame the ANC on something that you have done for 300 years. You're supposed to have been saying, we are sorry for having destroyed this country for 300 years, and for the 30 years that we have been here, we want to support you. We are not doing that. We are actually pointing on other things which we suppose all of us to correct them. Number three, you only talk about GNU where you have only your own ministers. When it's other ministers, you don't talk about GNU. GNU is not about ministers. It's about a government which is responsible, and we must take the collective responsibility. When things are wrong, you point at the ANC. When things are okay, you point at yourself. It can't be GNU in that case. We need to take both the responsibility of the good things and the bad things. That's how we understand GNU. So it can't be correct that you come to do all those things here. The last thing which I want to assure the people of the Free State is that the roads are being built, because we understand that the roads are the heartbeats of the economy. As we speak now, I will just talk about two, because in the test I must talk about many that are drivable. There are two lengthy roads that are being rebuilt. The other one is the N1, which is going to via the other areas to ensure that they go to the areas of tourism. The other one is in Kopano. All in all, those roads, due to the conditions that they have been, we are spending plus or minus 3 billion to ensure that we've got those roads. And those roads, we are actually channeling them to build the economy, to restructure the economy. Our understanding of investment and tourism, it must be about to rebuild the economy. About the government's tender system, we're not going to shy away from doing it. We really need to do it, because the private capital is not playing its role. That is why every time we're calling on them, please join us. So government has to play its role, because it is the responsibility of government to build a better life. We will not be able to build a better life if we're not going to build an economy which is going to ensure that our people get the fruition from that economy. The last thing, we have said to change the mentality of the economy or the education of our system, introducing all the graduates to only seek for, to seek for work. We need to ensure that the education system, together with the economic powers of this country, we need to start to produce people who are not just job seekers, but who are job creators. In so doing, the department says here today that we are going to train mentors who are going to be responsible to ensure that they train undergraduates to be independent. You tell us that, no, don't invest there. You are wasting money. So where must we put this money to? Because we are trying to build young people who are going to be responsible and independent to ensure that they build economy and create jobs. What is more important about us is that we need to join hands and build this country. You need to go out and tell investors in Cape Town that there's a place called Free State. You are not doing that. You are actually bad-mouthing Free State. As and when you bad-mouth Free State, why do you expect tourists will come here? But don't forget, I've said to you, 2025, on the third quarter, Free State has grown the economic visits by 3%. It's a really milestone, something that has never happened. So you must also, when we report here, report the stats that are correct. We are in a process of ensuring that that stadium and Pakisa, indeed, they are being utilized. But remember, the issue of Fezile Dabi Stadium, it was about infrastructural, the aging infrastructural problem, the issue of water and electricity. It has never been about cadres who are being deployed there. You can't take the risk to ensure that there are games where you are not even sure about whether there will be water or electricity. But the municipality, as we speak now, they are beginning to resolve such issues. On the issue of Pakisa, we have not said anything which is contrary to what we are doing. All what we are saying is that here is an entity, we want private sector, we want the triple PP system kind of to ensure that we invest in Pakisa and revive it. The same thing we should also want to do with Jim Foshi. Jim Foshi has not just collapsed, it was banned twice. And some of the people who have banned it, we suspect that it's people who have a business interest in it, or people or adjacent companies around the Jim Foshi. So what we need to do, we need to be responsible, build security capacity, and ensure that we invest in the Jim Foshi, and therefore invite people to make that Jim Foshi work. It's one area which we're discussing with the MEC of Public Works to say, let's take it also for triple PP. But thanks, but for more try. Thank you.
The reply by the MEC concludes the business of the House today. Honorable members, before the House adjourns, I wish to make the following announcement. Number one, that honorable members and guests should remain standing as the Sergeant-in-Arms, the Honorable Speaker, or in this instance, the Chair of Chairs, and the Acting Secretary leave the chamber. Number two, that guests should remain at their allocated seats while honorable members leave the chamber, led by the Chair of Chairs. Number three, that all guests are invited for lunch, and ushers will direct everyone on where to go for lunch. The last announcement, the House shall adjourn until Thursday, the 23rd of April 2026 at 10 o'clock in Bethlehem. And the business of the House shall be the consideration of the following budget votes. First budget vote is vote 11, Agriculture, Rural Development and Environmental Affairs. And the second budget votes will be vote 13, Human Settlement. Ladies and gentlemen, the House is adjourned. Thank you very much.